Testing 1 2, testing 1 2. This is an audio check from the top of the park broadcast desk. Mic check in 3 2 1 1 2 3.
Well, 49 minutes to go before first race post time on this Sunday afternoon, this championship final. We're getting some level checks from the Red Shores Race Day broadcast desk here with Lee Drake along with Peter McPhee. And Vance Cameron will be calling all the action.
Weekend long. We had a great sale in Crapo on Friday. Record sale. We'll talk about that as we go along this afternoon. Of course, great racing yesterday, and we hope that Jill and Hilliard are doing well, Lee. And again, looking forward to the racing this afternoon. The finals will go this afternoon. The banquet last night was a huge success, and the breakfast as well this morning. So, Lee, it's all worked out, including the weather.
Well, I can tell you the word is on Barrio when we get the official program change, but it doesn't look like he's going to be back in action today, booked off his drives, but we'll get all those details coming up when we have the equipment changes at the top of the hour or close to it. So getting ready to go for Championship Sunday at Red Shores, overlooking the legendary Charlottetown Driving Park. We get a mixture of sun and cloud today, cooler temperatures, but the action's going to be hot this afternoon. Well, 40 minutes to go before first race post time, and you can also, as you get settled here on track, and many of you making your way into Red Shores today, you'll be making your way into restaurant locations such as Turf's Bar and Grill, which was the site of a very successful and big crowd this morning for the pancake breakfast. You'll make your way into the top of the park or into the grandstand location as well as you get set to go. A couple of new service requirements for you, or actually for your customer service. We have installed a self-serve terminal in the top of the park to assist with your experience today, and we've also installed a self-serve terminal in the grandstand. And that, of course, complements our great sales team here at Red Shores, who will be serving you this afternoon during Championship Sunday.
Smoke time.
Broadcasting live from Prince Edward Island, this is Race Day.
Welcome to the Weekend of Champions. It is Championship Sunday, and there is a beautiful shot today, live from Redshores Racetrack and Casino overlooking the legendary Charlottetown Driving Park. And it is Atlantic Breeders' Crown weekend. You're with Lee Drake along with Peter McPhee in the broadcast locations today. Vance Cameron is in the booth calling all the action. Peter, as we mentioned a little earlier, just before we went to air today, it's been weeks and months for everyone planning this weekend. And before you know it, it's over. But you got to get through Championship Sunday first. It has been an absolute stellar weekend. Records all over the place. We'll have more on that. We're at 13 degrees in around there right now, a mixture of sun and cloud on this Championship Sunday. The wind is not a factor today out of the west at 12 kilometers an hour. It's setting up to be a fantastic day.
Yeah, like you said, Lee, it's been a great weekend so far. It all kicked off on Friday in Crapo with the sale, record-breaking sale. We'll talk more about that as we go along this afternoon. Great racing yesterday as well. The banquet last night, a huge success. The breakfast as well. And we're setting up for Championship Sunday. Lee, race number 9 today. 3-year-old fillies, the one to keep an eye on. Tobin's, Brownie, and Mystifying. Both those fillies have had great years. Both are on the outside today. Dowling to drive Tobin's, Brownie. And with Barrio injured yesterday and off his drives today, it's Daryl McLean on Mystifying. So it sets up to be a good one in race number 9, Lee, and we've got a ton of great racing this afternoon.
Yeah, a ton of great races today. I really like the story headline on that. I know we're going to talk about the Colts a little later here, but the 3-year-old fillies drawing outside at half-mile racetrack, as you know, 7 and 8, it really complicates the trip, or could complicate the trip, and that's why I think so many people are talking about this division especially because of the post positions. And yes, as you mentioned, Barrio off his drives today. We'll have all those equipment and program changes. As a matter of fact, let's go to the man who's going to call all the action this afternoon and get those equipment and program changes. Let's send it upstairs to my co-host, who we teamed up once again, Vance, for the banquet last night, and it was another great night for Atlantic Breeders' Crown.
And of course Peter from his videos, just an absolutely super night, and what a beautiful afternoon for the championship finals. And good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Redshores Racetrack and Casino at the Charlottetown Driving Park for today's racing program. This is event number 49 of the meeting. We have fast track conditions. It's 14 degrees Celsius, and I think it's going to get a little warmer as the day progresses. And the track condition today is listed by the officiating members from the Atlantic Provinces Harness Racing Commission. Today, the senior judge is Mr. Derek Quinn. The associate judges are Mr. Kent Butler and Mr. Derek Folland. Now, here are the afternoon's program and equipment changes. You're going to need a sharp pencil and a pen with a lot of ink. We have changes on the entire card today. And that update on Mr. Barrio, he has a very swollen ankle. He'll not be joining us on the racetrack, but I'm sure he's going to be tuning in a comfortable seat somewhere today here on PEI. So turning over to race number 1. Scratch the 5-horse Moonshine Monday. Race 1, scratch number 5, Moonshine Monday. Turning over to race number 2. The 2-horse Silver Hill Buddy, the driver today, Jason Hughes. Jason Hughes now driving 2, Silver Hill Buddy in the second. Turning over to race number 3. The 2-horse Dusty Lane Milo. The driver today, Adam Murner. Adam Murner gets the call on 2, Dusty Lane Milo in the third. Turning over to race number 4. The 3-entry Cheeky Little Minx. The driver is Kenny Arsenault. Fourth race, the 3-horse Cheeky Little Minx. put Kenny Arsenault down to drive. Turning over to race number 5. The one horse, Woodmere Jazz. The driver, David Dowling. David Dowling drives number 1, Woodmere Jazz, in the 5th. Turning over to race number 6. Number 2, The Rev. The driver will be Adam Murner. Race 6, number 2, The Rev. Adam Murner drives. Turning over to race number 7. Number 2, Brumpy, will go from blind to open bridle. Number 6, Roll with Hottie Toddy. The driver today, Jason Hughes. Jason Hughes gets the call to drive on 6, Roll with Hottie Toddy. Number 8, Stash It Away, going from blind to blinkers. Turning over to race number 8, the Jackpot High Five. Number 3, Ashes to Ashes. The driver, Walter Chevrolet. 8th race, the 3-horse Ashes to Ashes. Walter Chevrolet now drives. Turning over to race 9. Number 8, Mystifying. The driver, Darrell McLean. Race 9, number 8, Mystifying, will be driven by Darrell McLean. Turning over to race number 10. Number 1, Lord John Legacy. The driver, Redmond Doucette. Race 10, number 1, Lord John Legacy, will be driven by Redmond Doucette. Turning to race number 11. Number 2, Dusty Lane Goliath. The driver, Brody McPhee. Race 11, number 2, Dusty Lane Goliath, will be driven by Brody McPhee. Turning over to race number 12. Number 1, Rose Run Quest. Make the driver, Redmond Doucette. 12th race, number 1, Rose Run Quest. Redmond Doucette drives. Turning over to race number 13, the afternoon finale. Number 1, Melanie's Magic. The driver is Redmond Doucette. 13th race, the 1, Melanie's Magic. Redmond Doucette now drives. Scratch number 2, Batter Up Hanover. He will not go. 13th race, scratch the 2, Batter Up Hanover. And race number 13 is the Carolyn Gormley Memorial. 13th race is the Carolyn Gormley Memorial. That's going to wrap up the changes. That's going to open up the Par Mutual windows. First race post time is set for 12:30. You have 21 minutes wagering time on this afternoon's opener. Let's go back to my co-host, Lee Drake, at the Atlantic Breeders' Crown Broadcast Center, and Peter McPhee at the HPI Broadcast Desk to set up the betting platforms for this Championship Sunday.
You got it, Vance. So you can play the Pick 4. Starts on race 4 today. Also offer a 20-cent minimum on this pool and all superfectas. The single winner Jackpot High 5 is on race 8, as Vance mentioned, and it's a low 15% takeout. There'll be a number of people trying on that today. On guest tracks, you have a chance. You have a chance to play the table play. It's called Pony Pick. Ask your server about it. And you can win your lunch this afternoon. So if you're in the top of the park or if you're in turfs, ask for the Pony Pick ticket. It's $5. You have a chance to win your lunch today, plus you also could cash in on your ticket, Pete.
Yeah, and again, you can tag your ticket with the Wild Horses. It's available on every race here at Red Shores today. $25 jackpot on each of those races. And the Pick 5 ballot for on-track players just inside the front cover of today's race program. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise if you're able for the playing of our national anthem.
Now, back to Race Day Live.
Okay, back to race day with a beautiful afternoon here in Charlottetown. And I want to give a welcome and a happy Thanksgiving to all of the guests that may be joining us here this weekend. I know over the weekend, Peter, with the sale on Friday, the Atlantic Classic Yearling Sale, which, by the way, set a record of $1.7 million in sales. So Chairman Nick Oakes, the entire team, organizing team, did a fantastic job there. But if you're visiting today, welcome. We're going to get back to the story. We teed off the show today with the fillies, and we know what kind of a story that's going to be with the 3-year-old fillies. But how about the Glamour Boys, the 3-year-old colts, and in particular, Woodmere Steel Deal? And he's going to try to do something this year that he already did last year.
Yeah, and again, we all remember he went undefeated last year. He was 13 for 13, and this year sets up to be a great race, too, with Dusty Lane Goliath and Rotten Ronnie. They're all going to race this afternoon in race number 11, but let's take you back to last year when Steel Deal went undefeated in the Maritimes, including a win on Breeders' Crown weekend, and he was the 2-year-old champion. Here it is.
Jaden's Magic Steel 7th, trailing the field. Steel Reaper, they're halfway home. Backfield well in motion. Woodmere Steel Deal, the leader. Here's Dusty Lane Goliath up on the outside second. 56-4. Opening half mile, 3/8 to go. It's Woodmere Steel Deal, the leader. Dusty Lane Goliath on the outside at his wheel. Rotten Ronnie in the pocket, third. Money of Roses, fourth on the outside. Fifth at the rail, Woodmere Alvin. Mr. Riley is sixth. Jaden's Magic Steel, seventh. Steel Reaper is eighth. 3/4 in one. 25 and 3 at the 7/8. Woodmere Steel Deal turning for home, the leader. Rotten Ronnie looking for a colossal upset. Dusty Lane Goliath third. Here is perfection. Woodmere Steel Deal in the Atlantic Breeders' Crown Final. Rotten Ronnie is second. Dusty Lane Goliath third. It's a track record equaling performance. 154. 1. Wow.
And there it is, 154-1, a track record performance, or equaling track record performance. And since that time, of course, he's earned just over $123,000, has a record of 52-1, Peter, and goes after his 20th lifetime win today.
Yeah, he just had a dynamite 2-year-old season. And again, he's had a really nice 3-year-old campaign. The other colts have sort of caught up to him here this year. Dusty Lane Goliath is over $68,000 in the bank this year. And Rotten Ronnie sat with Red Doucette last night, Lee. They really love this guy. And he flies under the radar a little bit. He's going to be right there with them again this year. And you can see last year those 3 colts raced down the backstretch and to the finish. And this year they're the 3 favorites. So again, looking forward to race number 11 today.
Yeah, it's going to be something else. Dusty Lane Goliath will leave from post 2, and Brody McPhee will get the catch call drive today. Barrio injured in that accident yesterday. He's booked off his drives for today, so McPhee picks that up. Woodmere Steel Deal leaves from post 3, and Rotten Ronnie with Redmond Doucette, your table guest last night, leaves from post 5. Should be a great one. It is Race Day live from Charlottetown. Championship Sunday returns in a minute.
It's great to be with you. Atlantic Breeders' Crown Sunday. I'm Ken Workington, and in the first race, the two-year-old Trot, Claire McDonald won last year's edition with another son of Armbro Barrister. We'll see later on in Mr. Finley Ridge. Now, Claire and her husband Ken have another standout in here, Up Helia, on an 8-race winning streak. He's 3 for 4 in Charlottetown, where he took a mark of 2:03.1. He comes in fresh off a 2:03.4 romp in the Lady Slipper at Summerside, so he's razor sharp. His stablemate Cadillac draws the rail off a second-place finish to Gettin' All Fired Up, who is also an easy winner in the Lady Slipper. But Up Helia draws well and seems to be in another atmosphere.
All right, so there's Ken Workington, and going to be joining us on this Championship Sunday today. Open up with the 2-year-old Trotters in the Atlantic Breeders' Crown Final. They go for a purse of $10,000. And Peter, last night one of the neat things about Appelier was the fact that I had a chance to talk to Kenny McDonald.
Yeah.
And Kenny's the driver. Of course, his wife Claire is the trainer, and she's going to be driving the one, as Ken mentioned, Cadillac. But Kenny did a great job last night telling us about this colt, and it was special to have him.
Yeah, it really was, and he did a great job last night during the interview, Lee. And again, it's just great to hear from Kenny because, of course, we all know about Claire, and Kenny does great work as well. It was great to hear them training down these two, and Kenny decided that he was going to drive this horse. Worked out great. He's been great all year long. And also the fact that, Lee, he really works hard at home to get the track ready to break these horses, and he says their track at home is one of the best as far as getting them ready to race. And Lee, just, again, great to see him. He's a great all-around horseman and perfect last night at the banquet.
Yeah, you know what? I think the track record, if I remember, 59 apiece.
59-3 at their home track.
Yeah, it seems that's amazing. But, yeah, it was great. He's going to be leaving for post 4 today. There is a scratch in there, Moonshine Monday. They're in the paddock right now, and they will be heading out on the racetrack here very shortly. So it is Championship Sunday, and it's ready to go from Red Shores, Charlottetown today.
Today's opening race on the track, set for the post parade, the Atlantic Sire Stakes PEI Harness Racing Industry Association Atlantic Breeders' Crown Final, 2-year-old trotters. On parade, one Cadillac owned by Claire McDonald of Antigonish and Wayne Burley of Truro, Nova Scotia. Claire is the trainer-driver. 2 Birch Legacies owned by Robert Honcoop of Alliston, trained by Bill Lanigan. Paul Lanigan driving. 3, King in the North, owned by Doug Matheson, Dunsand Farms, and Wayne Oakes. Trained by Nick Oakes, Jason Hughes drives. Number 4 is Up Heliah, owned by Raleigh Farms Limited of Summerside. Trained by Claire McDonald. Kenny McDonald's in the sulky. Number 5 is scratched. 6 is Getting All Fired Up, owned and trained by Blaine White of Bell River. Mark Campbell. 7 is Headline Howie, owned by Jamie Weldon of Vernon Bridge, trained and driven by Mike McGuigan. We're down to 3 minutes wagering time on the afternoon's first Breeders' Crown final of the day. Race Day Live is a Red Shores broadcast network, broadcasting at Redshores.ca, Red Shores YouTube channel, and in-house monitors on Channel 2. Lee Drake and Peter McPhee team up on Race Day for this Championship Sunday.
Red Shores of the legendary Charlottetown Driving Park, home to the Atlantic Breeders' Crown and the Atlantic Sire Stakes, supported by Cavendish Farms. So we're getting ready to roll here for the opener this afternoon. A beautiful day in Charlottetown. Daily double, races 1 and 2, exacta, superfecta, tractor wagering. You can tag your ticket with the wild horses. There's a look at the 6. This is Getting All Fired Up here, owned by Blaine White of Bell River. And he's also the trainer. Mark Campbell gets called to do the driving here today, and great performance on Lady Slipper at Summerside, Peter, winning by 5 1/4, and it's like the boys of fall, ready to play today.
Look good, and Summerside there, as you mentioned, on October 3rd, won by 5 and change, 2, 4, and 4, and this is a good year, 7 for 9 in top threes, including that win, 4 second place finishes, 2/3. You go down the line, Speaky Colt Stakes weekend, good second there to Mr. Miller, 2, 3, and 3 the charted trip, and if you go a little further back there, Maritime Breeders here in Charlottetown, second, 2, 6, and 3 closed in 30. So very consistent is this guy, Getting All Fired Up. Mark's back in the bike here today. We like this horse for second, but he's rolling along here, and I think gets a piece of it again today.
Well, we'll be tracking along with the 4 in just a few minutes. Looks like he went off the track for a bit of equipment adjustment there. So let's roll over to the 1 here. This is off the rail today. Cadillac, Claire McDonald doing the driving and the training here. She's also the co-owner with Wayne Burley out of Truro, Nova Scotia. And coming in here, family affair, Peter, with Ken's wife Claire, who is going into the Hall of Fame. And driving this to have the stud needs to mind his manners.
That's just it, Lee. Again, there's some X's on the cards there, and if Claire can keep this guy on focused on business here today, I think they can get a part of it just based on post position alone. The last one was good for his confidence. Lady Slipper there in Summerside, left from 4, tracked all the way. It was a pretty good second to Getting All Fired Up. 2, 5, and 4 closed in 30 and 3. But you see, you go down the lines there. There are quite a few breaks on his card. So the question is, can Claire keep him flat here today? I think so along the rail here, and the price is right. Claire's done very well in stakes before, so 11 to 1 on Cadillac.
You know, a good-looking field here for the 2-year-old trot in the final here today. They go for $10,000. And it was so nice to see the finalists last night, Peter, at the banquet, and they go up and they get their hardware. And here's a look at Bert's Legacy here. Tuning in with Bert's Legacy, Paul Lanigan will do the driving today for trainer Bill Lanigan there, and Robert Honcoop of Alliston. Now, if you think of the trotters on Prince Edward Island, you have to think of the name Honcoop, like the estate of Bert Honcoop, who's the breeder. And you know, going in here today, that's a value add right now, 10 to 1, but draws into a good position this afternoon in the final.
She's had a very nice year. You look over at her summary, she's 5 for 9 this year. Does have a couple of wins, including one right here at Charlottetown in 2, 3, and 1. So that's a really nice win this year. Over 15,000 in the bank. And as I mentioned, you just look down her lines there. You can see a couple of wins. If you go 4 back, she was second Lady Slipper here at Charlottetown, 2, 4, and again closed 31 and 2. So again, yeah, she's in a good spot here today for Paul. And again, I think she's going to get a nice trip, and the bettors are on board here on Bert's Legacy, having a solid 2021, now at 5-1.
Minor delay here in the start of race number 1. The 4 up Heliaz returned to the paddock for an equipment adjustment. Still some time for a last-minute first race selection.
So minor delay for the start of the opener this afternoon at Charlottetown with the 4 up LEA. Off the track for an equipment adjustment. Peter, we can mention about the successful, how about the breakfast this morning? The Premier, the Honorable Dennis King, in attendance to present the Joe Smallwood Memorial Award. And it went to Earl Smith, and what a great honor that is for Earl Smith. But there was a packed house here this morning. Because, as you know, Earl Smith has a lot of support.
Well deserved, Lee. And again, he's been doing it his whole life, and he's turned out so many good horses and driven so many good horses. We had him on VTR in 2020, Lee. Had him on talking about, of course, the Gold Cup win in 2008 and so many other victories and horses that he's had over the years, Lee. So, again, a very deserving winner this year, Earl Smith. And, again, great to see everybody out supporting the industry this morning.
Yeah, I think we have a picture of it, actually, and of the Premier presenting the Joe Smallwood Award to Earl Smith. And as the trotters they just try to stay calm here, these 2-year-olds, and that's what the drivers are doing right now, just keeping them calm as we wait for the 4 to return to the racetrack for the final this afternoon as we get started. Number of driver changes today. As you can see them rolling through your race program. If you missed them a little earlier, note the driver changes that are going through on your crawler here this afternoon at Redshores. That's we're going to see if we can get a shot going to the paddock cam here, and the 4, I think, getting a shoe tacked on here. So the 2-year-old colt in the paddock there today, as you can see, and yeah, they're working there, getting their shot at Kenny, just waiting. So we'll be setting ready to go here. When he steps on the racetrack, we will be heading to the starting gate. Beautiful day today, 14 degrees and a mixture of sun and cloud. The wind not a factor at 12 kilometers an hour today. And for those of you who are tuned in getting ready to go with HBIBet.com this afternoon, we want to welcome you, our customers, to the track and the action today. We really appreciate your business all season long, and it's nice to see you joining us here for Championship Sunday. All right, there's a shot from this morning, Peter. The legend Earl Smith and the Premier, Dennis King, there with the Joe Smallwood.
Yeah, again, Lee, he's so deserving of this award. We've had some great ones already, Clarkie Smith, Ronnie Gass, and now Earl Smith. So, again, 3 great guys, Lee, who deserve this award. As we mentioned, Earl's turned out so many good colts and fillies over the years, a lot of great overnight horses as well. He's had some nice horses for the Smiths over the years, Lee, and just a guy that's been doing it his whole life. So congratulations to Earl. Well deserved.
Yeah, I still go back to that day back in 2008 when, of course, the race was canceled the night before in the Gold Cup, and it moved to the Sunday afternoon.
Yep.
And, Earl came up. He was kind enough to come up in the broadcast, and he said, look, it's the best thing we can do. You should be, we got to be safety first. He goes out and he says, the only thing he said about leaving from post 8 that afternoon, he said, someone's got to leave from there.
Well, that's it. And we've been doing the show a long time, Lee. And again, we've talked about so many people and so many great wins, but I think that one ranks right up there, Lee. Just for a guy that's been doing it his whole life. That day, the way it's set up, the way the horse came from the back, Pondle Bay Mat, and won the race. To me, Lee, it's one of the best races we've ever seen here.
So Moonshine Monday is out of this race, and the 4 of Hellier is in the paddock with an equipment adjustment. The cameras are all over, just keeping an eye on him when he returns to the track, and I'm not sure if the 3 didn't already exit the surface as well. So we've got some delays to get rolling here this afternoon. Is the opener in the Championship Sunday at Charlottetown. There you go. Right now, there's a look at the 4, getting attention there. There's the paddock judge as well, John Power. So many people behind the scenes here, and looks like they're going to start moving out of the paddock here today. Paddock cam brought to you by Metro Home Building Center. They're getting set to go, so you're going to see them back on the track here in just a minute. So there's a look up Hellier, and we talked so much about him last night, and today he went off the track a little bit. Nice to talk to Ken McDonald, as we said last night. This colt raised by Gregory McGinnis of Nova Scotia, one of 4 Armborough barristers in the field, and going for his 9th win in a row, and Championship Sunday could be the way to do it, Peter.
Yeah, he was really good in Summerside there, Lee, on the 3rd. Got to the front like he does a lot of times, won by 6 and change, 2, 3, and 4. And he likes racing here at Charlottetown as well. You go down the lines. He was the winner of Atlantic Sire Stake here in August. Also the Andrew here in August. And then again back at the PEI Colt Stakes weekend, he went right down the road. A winner 2, 3, and 1 closed in 29 and 3. So is it a bang up year? As you mentioned, 8 wins and over 38,000 in the bank in 2021.
Okay, welcome to Championship Sunday at Red Shores, overlooking the legendary Charlottetown Driving Park on a beautiful Sunday afternoon. The horses are on gate in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate, and upstairs for the race call, here is Vance Cameron.
Definitely worth the wait, folks. Here is the first Atlantic Breeders' Crown final of the day. 2-year-old trotters, Cadillac, Birch Legacy, King in the North, Up Helia, getting all fired up, Headline Howie, top of the stretch. Birch Legacy has gone on the run. Rough and trotting, Up Helia, the first one out. Racing off stride, King in the North is on the run. Now racing from second, is getting all fired up to their outside. Is Headline Howie third, Cadillac around the turn fourth, King in the North fifth, and the trailer, that is Birch Legacy. Up the backstretch they go for the first time to the quarter, led by Up Helia in line to Kenny McDonald. Second is getting all fired up. Now racing from third is Headline Howie. Fourth, that's Cadillac. Fifth is King in the North, and the trailer is Birch Legacy. They arrived at the quarter in 30 and 2/5. Midway round the upper turn for the first time, a 2-length lead for Up Helia. Getting all fired up is second, Headline Howie third, back into fourth, Cadillac. Fifth is King in the North. Birch Legacy looks to be pulling up in the back. They approach the opening half mile now, led by Up Helia. He's halfway home. Racing from second, he's getting all fired up. Headline Howie continues third. Cadillac is fourth. Then in fifth, King in the North, and the trailer is Birch Legacy. 59 and 4, opening half mile. 29 and 2 in the second quarter. To the backstretch they go. Headed to 3/4. Up Helia by 3 open. Getting all fired up, races second. Then in third, on the inside, that is Headline Howie. The 3/4 in the books. And Up Helia is the leader. It's clear by 4 in 1:30 and 4. Headline Howie takes over second, getting all fired up third. Cadillac is on the run fourth. They're homeward bound, and it's Up Helia, clear by 5 on Headline Howie. Getting all fired up is third, deep in the stretch, and the Atlantic Breeders' Crown Championship final for 2-year-old trotters. Up Helia for Kenny McDonald. Headline Howie was second. Getting all fired up third. Time for the mile in 2:01 and 1.
All right, here's a look at the Universal Media slow-mo for you in the opener this afternoon. The 2-year-old trotters, Peter, and couldn't happen to a nicer guy. Up Helia, doing it all by himself today. Look sharp.
He sure did, Lee. And again, it was a carbon copy of what he's been doing all year long, getting to the front here from Kenny and just controlling it right from the word go. 30 and 2. He was the leader over there. 59 and 4, getting all fired up in the 2-hole. Kenny's still there by the half, 130 and 4. Mike makes a nice move with Headline Howie. He raced good today, but all alone at the wire, 2:01 and 1 is Up Helia, and he crowns himself a Breeders' Crown champion here this afternoon. Real nice win for Up Helia and Ken McDonald, and a nice little hand tip at the wire there. That's for right. Kenny Lee, and again, congratulations to him. I know that's a big win, and they've had a great year.
Yeah, that's for sure. 9th win, congratulations.
Up Helia, arriving at the first race winner's circle. Trotting Bay Coal 2 by Armbro Barrister off the Burnt Hanover Dam, Burnt with Finesse. Owned by Raleigh Farms Limited of Summerside. Colt bred by Greg McKenzie of Nova Scotia. He's trained by Claire McDonald and driven to victory by Kenny McDonald. Now 9 consecutive wins, and he'll trot to a new record today of 2:01 and 1/5. Up Helia in the Atlantic Breeders' Crown Championship final for 2-year-old colt trotters. Now the official results from the first race. Cadillac 4th. Birch Legacy did not finish. King in the North 5th. Up Helia, the race winner. Moonshine Monday was scratched. Getting all fired up 3rd. Headline Howie was 2nd. 30-2, 59-4. 130-4. The mile 2:01 In review, 4 did not finish. 5-1 scratched. 3-2. Up Helia, 250. Exactor 1880. Triactor 4190. Superfecta 1097. Today's second race is the PEI Standardbred Horse Owners Association Pace on parade. 1 Rusty Riley, owned by Chantel Langell of Truro, Dana Ghetto of New Waterford, Nova Scotia, Paul Langell Training and Driving. 2 Silver Hill Buddies, owned by Joanne McRae, David Myers, and Gwyneth McGurk, trained by David Myers. Note the driver changed to Jason Hughes. 3 Usurpers, owned by the Next Generation Stable of Stratford, trained by Earl Smith. Brody McPhee drives. 4 Burnout Hanover, owned by the Orwell Bay Stable of Orwell, trained by Jeff Holmes. Brady Sweet drives. 5 is Spack Gerald, owned by Mike Slander from Belfast, trained by Raymond White. That's Corey McPherson. 4 minutes wagering time on the second race. Race day live continues on this Atlantic Breeders' Crown Championship Sunday with a special thanks to Cavendish Farms for the support of the Atlantic Sire Stakes.
Every kitchen is a restaurant. Ish. With Cavendish Farms restaurant-style fries. Every kitchen is a restaurant. Ish. With Cavendish Farms restaurant-style fries.
All right, heading back out to the track here for you. And this Sunday afternoon, we're working on race number 2, the PEI Standard Horse Owners Association. And Peter Smith, the president, and along with his team. I know Betty Cragen is celebrating a birthday today. Happy birthday to you, Betty. All the great work you do in the within the industry over the years. Sure hope you're enjoying your day. Peter had some kind words last night for a lot of folks in the industry, and good on you, Peter. It's very nice to hear that. He'll be trackside, or representatives will be trackside. There's a look at Silver Hill Buddy here. Jason Hughes doing the driving this afternoon. He gets the catch call. Gilles Barrio booked off his drives today. David Myers is the trainer, and Joanne McRae, along with David Myers and Gwyneth McGurk, share the ownership. 12 for 21 in top threes this season, Peter, and gets a good post to work from today for Hughes.
Yeah, and again, he's been good, Lee. His last 3, first, second, and third. They go down the lines. 3 back, the 1301s. He was a bang-up second to Pillage and Burn, 55 and 4 the Chartered Mile. Came right back at the 1301s and was a winner by a neck. Nice win there. 56 and 4, closed 27 and 4. And last time out, he went up the ladder, 1751s, third to Pillage and Burn, 56 and 4, and closed 28 and 4. Now, this guy used to be in the front end a lot, but they've used different tactics the last few times out, and it's paid off as he's been first, second, and third. So I think he's in a good spot here today. Jason's going to hop up on Silver Hill Buddy, 9-2.
Well, we just have many special moments throughout this weekend, and there's another special moment right there. There's my daughter, Laurel Drake, and she is celebrating her 17th birthday today. And there's her brother, John. And, of course, my wife, Jennifer, and sister-in-law, Linda, in the action here today. But, Peter, you know what? 2004, Laurel was born. It's the only time that the Breeders' Crown weekend was not here. And she's celebrating a birthday today, and that's where she wanted to be, in the top of the park for the action. So,
well, happy birthday to Laurel, and I can't believe she's 17 already. So, Laurel, happy birthday. Hope you're having a great day, and all of your family, Lee. Enjoy the weekend, and Laurel, have a great birthday.
So we're back out on the track here. This is Burnout Hanover right now, and Burnout Hanover coming in. Brady Sweet doing the driving today for trainer Jeff Holmes, and Orwell Bay Stable out of Orwell. And I just like the fact, Peter, that the young guys are getting along well. This guy finished second to the rail sitter in here in that last start and had to come from a piece to get him. So he's sharp right now, too.
I think it'll be interesting here today after Wings if Brady wants to go or not, Lee, because this guy loves the front end, and when he gets there, he's hard to pass. So, again, you go down the lines here, and you can see 4 back there. He was a winner by open lengths, 53 and 2 for Brady, closed 29 and 2. He tried it 2 starts back. Again, it worked, 57 and 2, closed 29 and 1. And the start in Summerside, look at that one from the 7 hole, out a long way, rallies up for second behind Rusty Riley, 57. Closed 29. Can he get to the front? That's the question today.
Well, the 5 of a power pack field here in race number 2 this afternoon. There's a look at the rail setter Rusty Riley, 5-2 choice right now. Paul Langell training and driving today. Off the rail for Chantel Langell of Truro and Dana Gatto of New Waterford, Nova Scotia. So they're getting set, putting in a solid campaign, Peter. This Chestnut won his last start in Summerside in a dazzling 56 and 4 back in the birthplace of Confederation as well.
Yeah, I love that start last time out, right to the front, and was a winner by length and change, 56-4. Real nice. He got it done over Burnout Hanover, who left 7 on that day. So they hook up again racing here in Charlottetown today. Rusty Riley, if you go down his lines, you can see good third, 3 back there, 57-4 to Little Manny at EPR in St. John. And a little slide down a little bit further, he was a winner here back in Charlottetown during Gold Cup week there, as he was a winner at the 10:51 level. So he's in a good spot here today. Paul Lanzo's going to do the driving, and they're at 5-2. Lee, this is a good field and a good betting board.
Yeah, good betting board. You know, the mayor, His Worship Philip Brown, loves it when I use Birthplace of Confederation for the city. Of course, that was the series that he wanted to go with this year. So it's always nice when you say back in Charlottetown, Birthplace of Confederation. So that's for you today, Your Worship. Starter Jeff McDonald calling them in. Scotty McKendrick at the wheel. The Metro Home Building Center starting gate is rolling for the second. It's post time with the PEI Standard Horse Owners Association. Back upstairs to the call with Vance Cameron.
Rusty Riley, Silver Hill Buddy, Usurper, Burnout Hanover, Spack Jarrow. Top of the stretch. Here they come. The rough and pacing Rusty Riley, Silver Hill Buddy, and Burnout Hanover leave out. Usurper is fourth into the turn, and Spack Jarrow will trail. Rusty Riley will lead, guarding the cones for Paul Angel. Silver Hill Buddy is second. Burnout Hanover will be third on the outside. Fourth at the rail is Usurper. Then the trailer is Spack Jarrow. On the backstretch going to the opening quarter, led by Rusty Riley. In the 2-hole is Silver Hill Buddy. Burnout Hanover found a friend. He dropped in to be third. The friend was Usurper. He goes fourth. Racing from fifth, that is Spack Jarrow. 29-3 opened it up as they move round the turn, arriving at 3-8. Rusty Riley in control up front. Silver Hill Buddy races from second. Burnout Hanover on the cones third. Then in fourth, Usurper. Trailing the field is Spack Jarrow. So Rusty Riley gets his own way with Langell. They're halfway home. Silver Hill Buddy in the 2-hole. Burnout Hanover third. 60 seconds flat was the opening half mile. Half comfortable for this group, folks. They arrive at 5/8 and Rusty Riley the leader. It shapes up to be a sprint here. Up the backstretch second is Silver Hill Buddy from the outside third. Burnout Hanover underway. Moving up fourth is Spack Jarrow. Oh, they're picking them up and they're putting them down now. Racing on by the 3/4. Rusty Riley the leader from the outside and at his wheel. Burnout Hanover 128-3. Yeah, they found the gas there. 28-3 in the third, and they're headed on home. Rusty Riley trying to see it through. Silver Hill Buddy at the rail. Burnout Hanover, Usurper deep in that stretch. He stole it early, and he wins it late. Rusty Riley and Paul Angel all the way. Second is Silver Hill Buddy. Usurper Riley third. Oh, check it out. 1:56. 2, closing quarter 27-4.
Here's a look at the Universal Media Slow-Mo for you in race number 2 this afternoon, Peter. And as we said, Rusty Riley, once Langell got to the front there and they tripped the quarter in 29-3, the half in a minute, boy, there was all systems go to try to catch him in, and they could not after that breather.
No, Lee. Again, the front end here today was the story for Paul. 29-3, comfortable to the half. 1 minute, Jason sits in the 2-hole with Silver Hill Buddy. Then they start to sprint up the backstretch. 8-3. They try to come at him late here, but no way. Paul, with a smart drive early on, gets to the wire 156-2, and he closes out in a snappy 27-4. Rusty Riley on the rail. He was pointed all the way, and they never got to him here in Charlottetown today. He's a winner. Silver Hill Buddy, a good second. Usurper third. 1-2-3 in the second at Red Shores.
Well, this veteran pacer just loves to race on Prince Edward Island. Took a record earlier in the year here in Charlottetown. And he goes right down the road today, and he's in the winner's circle in the second. Number 1, Rusty Riley, pacing Chestnut Gelding 10 by Blissful Hall. From the firm friend Dam, My Friend Flicka. Owned by Chantel Langell of Truro. Dana Ghetto of New Waterford, Nova Scotia. He's trained and driven to victory by Paul Langell, and he makes every call a winning one today in a 156-2. Rusty Riley wires the second. At trackside, the PEI Standard Horse Owners Association had the cooler presentation. Now the official results in the second. Rusty Riley the winner. Silver Hill Buddy second. Usurper third. Burnout Hanover fourth. Smack Gerald fifth. 29-3. 1 minute. 128-3. And the mile 156-2. In review, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Rusty Riley returning 680. The exactor 1610, triactor 8590. Superfactor was 1521, and the early daily double paid 1220. Lee Drake, dial extension 4215, please. Lee Drake 4215. Today's third race, the Atlantic Sire Stakes PEI Harness Racing Industry Association Atlantic Breeders' Crown Final. 3-year-old trotters are on parade. Number 1, Gale of Wind, owned by Michael Bailey of Morel, trained by Mark Campbell. Walter Chevrolet catch driving. 2, Dusty Lane Milo is owned by Marcia Knox of Stanhope, trained by Jeff Holmes. Note the driver change to Adam Murner. 3, Rich Daydreams, Kenny Arsenault, training and driving for owner Wade Piccone of Stancho. 4, Mr. Finlay Ridge, owned by Claire McDonald, Arnold Rankin, and Ian Tate. Claire trains and drives. 5, A Little Go-Go is owned by Greyland Farm of Gulf Shore, Nova Scotia, trained and driven by Mark Campbell. 6 is Fireball Friday, owned by Miles Heffernan of Montague. Miles does the driving. Miles Jr. is the trainer. 7, Dusty Lane Apollo is owned by But We Hear Now Stable of Charlottetown, trained by Danny McDonald. Jason Hughes in the sulky. 8 is Camco Lexi, owned by the Sandstone Stables of Charlottetown, trained by Doug McGregor. Brody McPhee's above the wheels. We have 4 minutes wagering time on race number 3. Lee Drake and Peter McPhee are coming up next on race day.
Race 3, the 3-year-old trot, and Mr. Finley Ridge overcame a tough trip from post 6 to upset favorite Dusty Lane Milo last year. This son of Armbro Barrister goes for back-to-back Breeders' Crowns, and this year, or this time around, he's got a better post, while also in top form for Claire McDonald. This gelding has come back, going 3 for 3 in September, and coming away with a new mark of 158-2. Dusty Lane Milo, a Lady Slipper winner, draws inside to stalk the favorite here, a possible upsetter. A Little Go-Go rates contender status, but he's got to stay flat. Mr. Finley Ridge looks like the one to knock off in the 3-year-old trot.
Well, thanks to Ken Morganton joining us on this Breeders' Crown Sunday and this Championship Sunday, and we're working on the Atlantic Breeders' Crown Final for the 3-year-old trotters. And Peter, we're going to track along with Mr. Finley Ridge here that Ken was talking about. Claire McDonald trains, owns, and co-owns with Arnold Rankin, Ian Tate as well. And so back in action here today, over 25,000 in the bank and 5 wins from 8 starts. What's not to like?
Yeah, great year again for Mr. Finley Ridge here. As you mentioned, 7 for 8 in top 3s. Does have the 5 wins, the quickest here in Charlottetown, 58-2. And the last 3 have been very good. 1 in Charlottetown Maritime Breeders was a winner, 2-1-2, closed out 29-4. Came back PEI Colt Stakes weekend, again right on the engine, a winner by 9 and change, 58-2, closed in 30. That was a real nice win. And then went to Northside last time out. Same strategy, on the front all the way, 2 minutes 2 fifths, closed 29. So 3 in a row, and certainly the horse to beat here. Mr. Finley Ridge is 1-9.
All right, under 2 to go here, and there's a look at Dusty Lane Milo. Jeff Holmes is the trainer. Note the driver change today. Barrio was off. Adam Murner is in today. He's going to pick up the catch drive here. Biggest bank account in the field, just $293 short of $31,000 earned this year, and draws inside in the championship final, Peter.
You got to like that. And as you mentioned, he's had another great year, Dusty Lane Milo. 9 for 9 in top 3s. You mentioned over 30,000 in the bank. 2-2-1 his quickest trip in Summerside this year. And you go down the lines, it's all 1s and 2s, including the last one out, a win in the Lady Slipper in Summerside. Barrio put that horse on the point that day, 2-2-1, closed 29-3. And then the 4 prior to that were all second place finishes, a couple to Mr. Finley Ridge, including 1-3 back in the Maritime Breeders, 2-1-3, closed 30-2. Adam Murner to drive today, Dusty Lane Milo, 5-2.
And Marcia Knox must be excited today, drawing post 2 in the 3-year-old trot final today as we're getting set. Beautiful day here. Fast track, that's what they're working on. Temperature around 14 degrees, and it is actually going to come up a couple of degrees this afternoon before we finish this day off. So nice to see some of the finalists last night. Was talking to members of the But We Hear Now stable. Charlottetown has been driving along with Dusty Lane Apollo from Post 7, Camco Lexi. Nice to see Sandstone Stables in last night as well. And let's go up to post number 5 here as we track along with a little go-go. This is Mark Campbell. He's training and driving today for Greenland Farm, Gulf Shore, Nova Scotia. Consistency, Peter, what you look for when you're playing the horses, and this calls a sparkling resume. Last year, 10 for 13 in top threes. This year, 9 for 12 in top 3 finishes.
Especially with trotters, Lee. And again, this horse has been pretty consistent. You go down the lines, you can see a lot of second and third place finishes. Has been following Mr. Finley Ridge and Dusty Lane Milo for most of the year. But again, when you look at the summary, it's good. 9 for 12, over 18,000 in the bank. Second, 2 back there to Mr. Finley Ridge. Raced really well. 2-1, closed 29. And then Lady Slipper and Summerside. Again, tracked all the way to Dusty Lane Milo. 2-2 and 2, closed 29 and 3. The stats say the horse likes to finish third. Already been there 6 times this year. So that's where we're going to put this horse today. A little go-go. 7-1. Getting set for race number 3 from Redshores in Charlottetown this afternoon. It is the Atlantic Breeders' Crown Final. 3-year-old trotters this time. Upstairs to Vance Cameron for the race call.
Gala Wind, Dusty Lane Milo, Rich Daydreams, Mr. Finlay Ridge, A Little Go-Go, Fireball Friday, Dusty Lane Apollo, Camco Alexi on the outside, top of the stretch. Here they come. Up and trotting, Mr. Finlay Ridge leaving out. Dusty Lane Milo along the rail is second into the turn to get away third. That'll be Rich Daydream. Now in the fourth. That's Fireball Friday. Away fifth up on the outside. A Little Go-Go on the rail. Gala Wind is sixth. Camco Lexi on the outside seventh. Then the trailer. Dusty Lane Apollo and off stride went Dusty Lane Milo in the early going. Mr. Finlay Ridge in line to Claire McDonald, clear by 4. Second is Rich Daydreams, racing from third. Fireball Friday. Now into fourth. That is Gala Wind. A Little Go-Go. He went on the run. 29 and a 1/5 the quarter. And they're strung out in here. Off the turn they come towards the opening half mile. Mr. Finlay Ridge the leader. Rich Daydreams is second. Fireball Friday third. Gala Wind is fourth. Camco Lexi fifth. Dusty Lane Apollo sixth. Seventh is Dusty Lane Milo. And trailing the field, that is A Little Go-Go. 59 and 1 over to the opening half mile. Mr. Finlay Ridge by 5 at the 5-8. Rich Daydreams is second, back into third. Fireball Friday, fourth at the rail, Gala Wind. Camco Lexi trotting to the outside, fifth. Sixth, that is Dusty Lane Apollo. Dusty Lane Milo, seventh. And the trailer,
That is a little go-go by the three-quarters in 1:28 and 4, midway on the turn of the final time, and it's all Mr. Finlay Ridge. Rich Daydreams is second. Camco Lexi is moving up to third. Down the home stretch they come, and the winningest female driver in Canadian harness racing history is Claire McDonald, and we honor her today as she captures the Atlantic Breeders' Crown for 3-year-old trotters with Mr. Finlay Ridge, Rich Daydream second, Camco Lexi third, the mile 1:59.3.
Okay, here's the slow-mo for race number 3 from Red Shores in Charlottetown this afternoon. Brought to you by Universal Media. Yeah, Mr. Finlay Ridge, he loves the front end. He uses these tactics all the time, and Claire sent him right there today. Down the road, 29 and 1. Dusty Lane Milo in the 2-hole makes the early break. That allows Kenny and Rich Daydreams to track along. A little go-go makes a break as well, so takes himself out of it. They race the half 59 and 1. Claire in complete control of Mr. Finlay Ridge. Backside 128 and 4, still a boss. And then down the stretch here, sitting chilly, as my friend Kurt Hughes would say, all alone. Beautiful shot by UMI here on the close-up of Mr. Finlay Ridge and Claire. They go gate to wire 1:59 and 3, and a deserving champion here today. Second, Rich Daydreams. Third, Camco Lexi. Mr. Finlay Ridge and Claire in the winner's circle next.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have a late judge's inquiry now underway in the third race. It involves the conduct of race number 3 at the 7/8. Mr. Finlay Ridge wrapping up the third race winner's circle. Trotting big gelding 3 by Umbro Barrister off the Angus Hall Dam R. Rickett Rachel. Owned by Claire McDonald, Arnold Rankin, and Ian Tate. Colt bred by Arnold Rankin of Antigonish, Nova Scotia. Trained and driven to victory by Claire McDonald. The mile 1:59 and 3. And the queen, and I mean the queen of Canadian harness racing, Claire McDonald. We honor her this afternoon after she picked up win number 1,500 earlier on in the season. She's the winner of $4.8 million in prize money as a driver. And today she captures the Atlantic Breeders' Crown Championship final for 3-year-old trotters with Mr. Finlay Ridge. Lee Drake's down at trackside with the presentation. Congratulations.
The management and staff at Red Shores want your experience to be fun and entertaining. That is why we offer information on how our games work, tips to keep your gambling fun, and available community resources. For more information, please speak to one of our PlayWise advisors or stop by the PlayWise Information Center.
Now the results of the third race judges' inquiry. Number 1, Gala Win, finished 4th and will be placed 8th for interference at number 7, Dusty Lane Apollo at the 7/8. Here's the official results now in the third. Gala Win was 4th, placed 8th for interference. Dusty Lane Milo finished 6th, placed 5th. Rich Daydream 2nd. Mr. Finlay Ridge, the race winner. A Little Go-Go finished 7th, placed 6th. Fireball Friday finished 5th, was placed 4th. Dusty Lane Apollo finished 8th, was placed 7th. Camco Lexi finished 3rd. 29-1. 59-1. 128-4. 159-3. In review after the placings, 8-5-2, 1-6-4, 7-3. Mr. Finlay Ridge paid $260 to win. The exactor $33.50. Triactor $955. Superfecta $1,081.94.
All right, so we're back on Championship Sunday here in Charlottetown, and we have so many special moments over the years, Peter, and I'm going to play another one here. I had a great chat to Paula Fraser not long ago at a horse show, and she was telling me about Sheldon Campbell, who we've known for many, many years, and Rod Campbell sent a video as well. He's been 93 years old, still around the horses here, and they're tied to a little filly that they bought home from Paul Murphy that they brought. The filly's name is Good Gracious Eileen, and Sheldon's been right involved with this. So here's a little clip of the video of breaking the filly there. Still at it. Isn't that something? And the knowledge that we have here in Prince Edward Island, and he's no stranger to horses, and it's such a great shot. There's another great shot. I think he's about 27 years old there in that shot. So so nice to get those shots here today. I know it brings back a lot of memories, and just the gentleman he is, Sheldon Campbell, and happy to do this afternoon, a bit of a highlight during Breeders' Crown weekend.
Great to have him on, Lee, and as you said, there's a shot when he was a young man, and he's still doing it today, so yes, great to have it on this weekend.
Yeah, and Todd Weatherby, I know that they're out in the track. They were jogging one day, and he handed the reins over, and Sheldon said, "That's good, I'll take her from here," so he hasn't lost it. Horses coming out in the track here for the 4th.
Today's 4th race, the Island Oceans Truck Classic Final, presented by J.D. Marine and Diving Incorporated. On parade, number 1, Sailor Blue, on with Cindy McDonald, Yossi Martinovich, Tanya and Tessa McKinnon, trained by Cindy McDonald, driven by Kenny Murphy. 2, Windermere Alley, is owned by Tracy Norris and Brian McPhee of Clyde River. Brian trains and drives. 3 is Cheeky Little Minx, owned by Wayne McCrae of Fall River, Nova Scotia, and Hamac Farms Limited of Brookfield. Trained by Jules Barrio. Note the driver change to Kenny Arsenault. 4, Daisy River, is owned and trained by Bill Lanigan of Montague, driven by Jason Hughes. Number 5, Go With Her, owned by East Coast Captains of Cornwall, trained by Curry White. Brody McPhee's in the sulky, down to 4 minutes wagering time on the 4th race. A special thanks to Cam McPhee and the team with J.D. Marine and Diving for their sponsorship of the Island Oceans Trot Classic.
Well, Peter, heading out on the track here, and Island Oceans Track Classic, J.D. Marine and Diving, and Cam McPhee. Just going to circle in on him for a minute, because I know some of the young people that's involved now with the sport, they're really getting involved in committee work and working with industry and doing some things to try to move the industry ahead and getting some ideas at the table. That's very important. And, I want to thank Cam and the entire team and everything they do with the Breeders' Association. Chairman Nick Oakes, who is with the Atlantic Classic Yearling Sale. I mean, really, Peter, at the end of the day, when you're looking at numbers of 1.7 million in total sales, and Woodmere Expedia with the top price horse at 68,000. You got to be doing something right.
It is amazing, Lee, and again, it's a credit to all the people you just mentioned. Great day at the sale, as you mentioned, over 1.7 million in total gross sales. You mentioned Woodmere Expedia at 68,000. Red Dirt Flash, the highest priced filly ever at 45,000. And Dusty Lane Tucker, the highest trotter ever, Lee, at 35,000. Cam McPhee was just here. He's picking up the trophies for the Island Ocean Trot Classic final, Lee. So again, so many people involved to make it a huge success.
Yeah, congratulations to Gene Smallman, and the owners, of course, of some of these horses. Carl Bagnall picked up, and also, you got to look at Dan Ross and everything that they've done as well. Here's Cheeky Little Mix here, and coming in with the Island Oceans Trot Classic. Kenny Arsenault gets the call today to drive for Gilles Barrio, Wayne McRae, Fall River, Helmack Farms Limited. And if you go through the lines here as well, not sure what happened in Summerside, but aside from that, she's been great. She started her career here September 17th, 2020. Barrio has been handling her in every start except one. Make that 2 for today.
Yeah, a rare break last time out, Lee. So again, I think we have to look past that and see that she's had a really nice year. 14 starts, 5 wins, 10 in the top 3. And again, if you go down the line, so when this horse draws in, she's usually up handy the front and races very well. You can go to the start on the 4th there, the Island Ocean here in Charlottetown, tracked along and then reached up late to win, 2 minutes 4/5. And then the one prior to that on the 26th of April, again on the front end, all the way for Barrio, 55-4, closed in 29. So again, I think she rebounds here today. She does have speed next door in Daisy River, so we'll see what Kenny decides to do here today, but expect a bounce back from Cheeky Little Minx.
Well, you mentioned Cam McPhee picking up that trophy, and on that trophy was Daisy River from last year, and the defending champ of the Island Oceans Trot Classic. Jason Hughes will handle her again this year. Bill Lenigan is the trainer, and he's also the owner as well and the breeder of the 6-year-old mare. So, defending champion this series. She only missed the top 2 once since July 11th, where she won the Andrew Perry at Summerside, and she could be back-to-back champ today.
Easily, Lee. She's had an amazing campaign this year. 13 for 15 in top 3s, 8 wins, 56-1, the quickest here in Charlottetown. You go down those chart lines, the last 8 starts, she's been either first or second. So again, says a lot about her year. She was put on the point 2 back in the Open here, was a winner over Freddie and Go With Her, 56-2, and then came right back in the Island Ocean. Again, similar strategy, put on the engine right down the highway, 58-2, closed 29. Now, Cheeky Little Minx is next door. We'll see what Jason decides to do, but I think she'll be right there at the wire again today. Heavy favorite at 1-9.
Interesting note here from one of our co-anchors here with Race Day, Rocky Skierman, and he sent a nice picture of, it looks like, now if I can get this through here, the Exit Smiling, so driven by Sheldon Campbell, July 19th, 1982.
Oh, cool picture, I bet.
Trotting record, 2-6-1, so yeah, it is. But there you go. It's we still have time here, and as we get set to go with her. Brody McPhee was also your table guest last night.
Yes.
He was here at the banquet, so he's driving for the East Coast Captains out of Cornwall. Curry White is the trainer. Brody gets called to do the driving too, and you know what? She is a force as well.
You know what, Brody, I was talking to Brody about her last night. Lee, they're very happy with the way this horse has turned out, the East Coast Captains. She's had a really nice year, 12 for 15, 4 wins, 58-4. She's there every week, Lee. You look down her lines. She's been racing Daisy River. She's been racing Sailor Blue, Freddie, all the top trotters here in Prince Edward Island, and doing very well. A winner 3 back, 58-4, third right there to Daisy River, 2 back, and again a good second to Daisy River last time out. So they're very happy with the way she's racing. She's had a nice 4-year-old year. She's on the outside here today, so she's got a bit of work to do. But overall, a really nice year for Go With Her.
Well, the cool thing about this, in the Island Oceans Trot Classic Final, presented by JD Marine and Diving Inc., 11,100. They all get a check. Just depends how big the check is going to be. And we won't know that until they line up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate and send it upstairs for the race call. Here is Vance Cameron.
Sailor Blue, Windermere Alley, Cheeky Little Minx, Daisy River, Go With Her. Top of the stretch. They're approaching a start. Rough and trotting, and Daisy River is the first one out. Second to the turn, Sailor Blue. Off stride on the lead. Daisy River jumped it off going into the turn. Sailor Blue is taken over. Cheeky Little Minx coming from the outside now to challenge. Coming third on the outside is Go With Her. Now racing from fourth, Windermere Alley. Daisy River dug a big hole after the first turn missed to the trailer. They arrive at the opening quarter. Cheeky Little Minx in line to Kenny Arsenault by 2.5. Second is Sailor Blue racing from third. That's Go With Her. Fourth up the rail, Windermere Alley. Daisy River has caught them, and she is the trailer. 29 and a 1/5 the quarter mile. They move past the 3/8 pole, led by Cheeky Little Minx in line to Kenny Arsenault. Racing second is Sailor Blue. Third, that is Go With Her. Windermere Alley goes fourth, and Daisy River is trailing the field. Racing at the opening half mile, led by Cheeky Little Minx. The lead now 3. Sailor Blue's in second. Go With Her into the turn third. Windermere Alley fourth, and to the outside, Daisy River the half. 58 and 3, arriving at 5/8, led by Cheeky Little Minx, and that lead 3 on Sailor Blue second. Going to the outside third is Go With Her. Daisy River is taken over fourth. Now the trailer is a Windermere Alley. They arrive at 3/4, and Cheeky Little Minx the leader, and the lead down to 2. Go With Her closes right in on her now. Third up the rail is Sailor Blue. Daisy River is fourth. Windermere Alley fifth. The 3/4 in 1. 29 flat, and they're homeward bound in the Island Oceans Trot Classic Final. Cheeky Little Minx, Go With Her on the outside. Coming to the wire, Cheeky Little Minx in line to Kenny Arsenault. Second is Go With Her. Sailor Blue is third. 1:58 4.
Here's a look at the Universal Media Slow-Mo for you this afternoon in the fourth race, the Island Oceans Trot Classic Final, presented by JD Marine and Diving Inc. And Cheeky Little Minx talked about this mare in the pre-race. A few surprises in here, Peter, but no surprise coming through the stretch here. She gets it done.
We thought she'd bounce back here today, but a big, something big happened early on, and that was Daisy River. Took herself out of it early. Cheeky Little Minx took advantage, went around Sailor Blue, and cut it all the way. 29 and 1, 58 and 3, bossing it all the way. 129. Closing in at the end was Go With Her, but Kenny's going to get her there in the end. Cheeky Little Minx. We thought she'd bounce back and race well today. She certainly did, and she's there. 158 and 4, but look at Go With Her right there at the wire. A very good second. Sailor Blue rallies in for third, but Cheeky Little Minx bounces back for Arsenault. They win the fourth at Red Shores.
There's a great shot of the trophy here that's going to be presented there this afternoon. There's Daisy River, last year's champion, October 11th, 2020. Great shot from Universum there today. Thank you, Rob, Scott, Matt.
Yeah, great work there. And
Liam.
beautiful trophy. Cam McPhee was along here to pick it up, Lee, and we're going to see it being presented here to Kenny Arsenault and Cheeky Little Minx.
Cheeky Little Minx arriving at the fourth race winner's circle. Trotting brown mare 9 by Lucky Chucky off the Malabar Man Dam Maloha. Owned by Wayne McCray of Fall River, Nova Scotia. Hamac Farm Limited of Brookfield. Trained by Gilles Barrio. Kenny Arsenault with a catch driving call to the winner's circle. The mile 158 and 4. Cheeky Little Minx Down at trackside, the Island Oceans Trot Classic final cooler presentation. Thanking J.D. Marine and Diving Incorporated for their sponsorship. Cheeky Little Minx, 158-4. Now the official results from the fourth race. Sailor Blue third. Windermere Alley fifth. Cheeky Little Minx the winner. Daisy River fourth. Go With Her was second. 29-1. 58-3. 129. And the mile 158-4. In review 351. 4-2. Cheeky Little Minx paid $670 to win. The exactor $22.80, triactor $50.90, and the super factor was $749.
Here we go with race 5, the 2-year-old fillies, and the Real Princess has been very consistent all season long. There's nothing like some home cooking as well. She's 3 for 4 in Charlottetown, fresh off a perfect trip upset and equaled her mark of 157 in the Lady Slipper on October 2nd. This Eddie Doucette trainee by Source of Pride will have her hands full with inside rivals Woodmere Jazz and Boo Yaya. And don't count out the 8 JJ Scarlet. Look for Corey McPherson to fire off the wings with the Real Princess and put the Real Princess in her familiar stalking mode.
Well, thanks again to Ken Morganton joining us today. And as we get set on Championship Sunday, rolling through the card here, and as he mentioned, the 2-year-old fillies coming on the track here for the Atlantic Breeders' Crown Final. Peter, they're going for $25,000. Nice to hear from Ken Morganton and being part of the show. One thing that COVID has taught us that we can really embrace technology.
For sure, Lee. And again, great to have him virtually join us today on the big day. And boy, we're looking at a good race here and a good lineup. I'm going to the 2 here, Boo Yaya for Mark Campbell. They draw inside here today. I do like the 1 at a price here, Woodmere Jazz. It's now David Dowling replacing Gilles Barriot today. And I'm going to head to the 6 for third. The Real Princess scooted down the passing lane last time, got it done 57, closed in 29. So I think she'll be a big part of it. 2-1-6 for me. Gerard Smith on board at 6-2-8. Horses on the track in just a moment.
Yeah, and you know what? Second leg of the pick 4 here today, and it's going to be interesting to see on this ticket because I would be assuming there'll be a lot of 4s played in the other one, but you never know. 3s in there as well. But that's the fun about the pick 4.
The fifth race is the Cavendish Farms Atlantic Breeders' Crown Championship Final for 2-year-old filly pacers on Post Parade. Number 1, Woodmere Jazz, owned by Reg McPherson of Stratford, trained by Kevin McLean, and note the driver change to David Dowling. Booyah, number 2, is owned by Hugh McCachran of Inverness, Ali McCachran of Truro, Nova Scotia, trained by Robert McLeod. Mark Campbell drives. Saltwater Storm number 3. The owners are Kyle Gardner, Mike Curry, and Jerry McKinnon, trained by Tommy Weatherby, Brody McPhee driving. For Tobin's Divas, owned by Reg McPherson of Stratford, trained by Kevin McLean, the drive goes to Kenny Murphy. 5 is Rojo Mo, owned by Sandy Baird and the Rojo Group of Trenton, Nova Scotia. Sandy does the training. Jason Hughes catch drives. The Real Princess number 6, owned by Eddie Doucette, Blaine Tebow, Gordon McLeod, and Grantman, trained by Eddie Doucette, driven by Corey McPherson. 7, West River Glow, owned by Haley McDonald of Stratford, Claire McDonald training and driving. 8, JJ Scarlet, owned by WWG McKinnon Stable of Inverness, Nova Scotia, trained by Walter Walker. Redmond Doucette in the sulky. 3 minutes wagering time on race number 5. 3 minutes. The race day team is set to go with the Championship Sunday Atlantic Breeders' Crown, proudly supported by Cavendish Farms.
Okay, Race Day Live continues here in Charlottetown. Beautiful Thanksgiving weekend. Boy, the weather makes it all, doesn't it? And when you get good weather to go with it, it just puts a spring in everyone's step. I've got a real big spring in my step today, Peter. You had me home early last night.
I'm telling you,
after 11 o'clock.
I looked after you, and you're all ready to go. Got your head pole on today. You're looking good.
No tongue tie. Had that on last night. But there's a look at the two, Booyah and Mark Campbell driving today for Robert McLeod. Huey McCachran, Inverness, Ali McCachran in Truro, Nova Scotia. So got to be so pleased with this 2-year-old filly. And this is a deep group here. It's going to be exciting to see them go here for $25,000. But raised by Wade McConey and Stanchel, she comes in the final on top of her game with $31,000 earned. And a win today, Peter, would put her bank account just over $43,500. Great season.
Yeah, she really has had a top-notch year. And again, she's been racing very well. Just missed the last couple of times out. So she's knocking on the door for a win. North side, 2 back there. On the 25th, left from 3. You can see rallied late 29 in the end of it. Finished second. Woodmere Jazz got her just by half a length, but she was charted 59-1, and then came here for the gold, the Lady Slipper Gold in Charlottetown, put on the point by Red Doucette. They went right down the highway and were just collared at the end. Outrageous Style got up to get her 57-1, closed 29. 9 for 10 in top threes this year, as you mentioned, over 31,000 in the bank, 57-2, the quickest at Truro. And like you say, it's hard to pick a winner here, but Mark jumps up on this 2-year-old filly. And I think they got a shot here at 8-5.
You just never know on Championship Sunday, and already a few surprises today. It's race number 5, Exacta Superfecta Tractor Wagering. Tag your ticket on track. Ask for the wild horses. Jackpots are $25 every race, and that's on top of your winnings. Woodmere Jazz off the rail here today, 4-1 service right now. David Dowling gets the call to drive. Kevin McLean is the trainer, and Reg McPherson of Stratford is the owner. Reggie's had some great horses over the years, and what a day Friday for Woodmere Standardbreds. Incredible. And this filly was hip number 73 at the Atlantic Classic sale in 2020. Reg made 14.54. She's in the final today. And isn't that what it all comes down to? Buy them at the sale, you all dream about in the final, and when you get there, it really is something else.
It is. It's what you hope for when you buy them, Lee. And again, her year has been very consistent. You look over 10 for 10 this year in top threes, 4 wins, a second, 5 thirds. And again, that's over 30,000 in the bank. So it's hard to leave her out on the rail here, especially she got a trip at Northside. She was a winner there, 59-1 for Red Doucette. She came back here in the Lady Slipper Gold and again tracked along for third to Outrageous Style. And Booyah, 57-2, closed 29. Dowling did the driving on that day. So he knows her well. He's got the rail here with her again. And I think they got a big shot, 5-1. I think you have to include just based on her year.
mean, it's tough in here. When you look at the horses 1 through 8, you can make a case for every single one of them in here. And, you got JJ Scarlett. I was reading a story on this filly from the ownership team out of Inverness there, and Walter Walker and brother-in-law Redmond doing the driving. And, they got to leave from post 8, but they're 2-1, so bettors think they can get that done. And then if you move 2 slots to the left there, you get the Real Princess, Corey McPherson, as we track along on the screen here for Eddie Doucette. And this team with Blaine Thibault and Gordon McLeod and Grant Mann, they've tasted success before too. So, this filly had the pocket ride last week in the Lady Slipper Gold. She came home and took home a cool $8,919 for a victory.
You said, Lee, this ownership group, Elm Grove in a rush. They had that filly, and she was so good. And this one is, too. You go down her lines here. First, last time out, 57. They got it done in Charlottetown in the Lady Slipper Gold. She slipped down the passing lane and got it all late. She was second in the Lady Slipper Gold in Summerside to Girl in a Tavern. Good trip there, 58-1. And then Inverness as well, second to JJ Scarlett, 57-4. So she's been really sharp of late, 7 for 9 in top threes and approaching 28,000 in the bag. She's got a big shot here today. We'll see what Corey decides to do and the trip that's worked out here on the Real Princess at 9-5. And you mentioned JJ Scarlett for Red Doucette. Lee, that horse has 6 wins this year and over 41,000 in the bank, 57-1. Has to work it from the outside. But this is a balanced and deep group. Lee, I think anybody can win this.
I think so too. I'm not afraid of the post 8 here. It could work in her favor. Horses on gate. It's the Metro Home Building Center starting gate rolling for the Cavendish Farms Atlantic Breeders' Crown Final. 2-year-old fillies upstairs for the call. Here's Vance Cameron.
Woodmere Jazz, Booyah, Saltwater Storm, Tobin's Diva, Rojo Mo, The Real Princess, West River Glow, JJ Scarlett outside, top of the stretch. For Tobin's Diva was on the run early. The rough end pacing, The Real Princess, Booyah, and on the rail. That is Woodmere Jazz, way wide, JJ Scarlett, 4 wide, they're rounding the turn. West River Glow on the outside, 5th on the rail, 6. That's Rojo Mo. Then 7, Saltwater Storm, the trailer. Tobin's Diva, up the backstretch they go. Woodmere Jazz for David Dowling. JJ Scarlett rushes quickly now, and she's on to take over the lead. JJ Scarlett for Redmond Doucette, now the leader. The opening quarter mile, racing from second now. Woodmere Jazz, third on the turn is Booyah. There's the quarter. It's up in 28. And 2. The Real Princess is 4th, racing from 5th. Through the stretch they come, approaching the midway point is Rojo Mo. Then 6 is Saltwater Storm. Tobin's Diva on the outside is 7th. In the backfield, the trailer, West River Glow. They're halfway home, led by JJ Scarlett. She was there in 57-3. Midway into the paddock, turn for the second time, approaching 5-8. JJ Scarlett, the leader by 2. On a Woodmere Jazz, Booyah, 3rd. The Real Princess sticking with the leaders, 4th. Well back 5th is Tobin's Diva. Rojo Mo now 6th. 7th is Saltwater Storm. And the trailer, that is West River Glow. The 3/4 in the books. And JJ Scarlett was there in 1:26-4. Approaching the 7-8. JJ Scarlett will bring him on home. Second is Woodmere Jazz. Booyah on the outside. Third, The Real Princess. They're in deep stretch now. JJ Scarlett. Booyah! Wins the Atlantic Breeders' Crown Championship final for 2-year-old filly Pacers from our Campbell. And then there's 3 of them across the track in a place photo. Booyah wins in 1:57-2.
Wow, what an exciting stretch drive here, Peter, and brought to you by Universum Media. And we thought J.J. Scarlett, Raymond Doucette, that was all systems go here. You're going for 25,000 today. You're going to go. You have to go if you're going from post 8. That's what we did. She just get a little leg where you're here, but what a stretch drive this is.
She raced really well, Lee, and again, yeah, when you go from there and brush to the front, you get tired late on the mile. 28-2, she's over there, and that's snappy. 57-3, Woodmere Jazz 2, Booyah 3. Corey was 4 with the Real Princess, 126-4. They're all there, and they swing for home, and she's under siege here now. JJ Scarlett in the middle. David coming down the passing lane. Woodmere Jazz. Mark on the outside coming. Booyah. Further out, you don't see him. That's Corey with the Real Princess. They all land on the line together, but Booyah gets there first in the end. 157-2. They win the Atlantic Breeders' Crown Final. 2-year-old fillies. Woodmere Jazz is second, tight for third. Booyah and Campbell winners in the 5th at Red Shores.
Booyah arriving at the 5th race winner's circle. Bay-facing filly, she's 2 by Stonebridge Terror off the Jeremy's Jet Dam Village Bound. Owned by Hugh McCachran of Inverness and Ali McCachran of Truro, Nova Scotia. The filly bred by Wade Piccone of Stanchel. She's trained by Robert McLeod. In those very capable hands of Mark Campbell, she wins in 157-2, capturing the Cavendish Farms Atlantic Breeders' Crown Championship Final for 2-year-old filly pacers with the trackside presentation. Now the official results in race 5, Woodmere Jazz second. Booyah, the race winner. Saltwater Storm 5th. Tobin's Diva 6th. Rojo Mo was 7th. The Real Princess 3rd. West River Glow was 8th. JJ Scarlet finished 4th. 28-2. 57-3. 126-4. And the mile 157-2. From the top, 215. 673. 84. Booyah paid $6.90 to win. The exactor $21, triactor $36.40, and the superfecta $11.09.
Well, there's how close it was. Such a show photo from the Atlantic Province's Harness Racing Commission there. Getting up there, the 6, the Real Princess. All right, harness racing action returns tomorrow on Thanksgiving Monday at our Redshores Summerside property, Peter, and of course celebrating 135 years of racing at that beautiful property there, and we're set to go at 1 o'clock.
Yeah, 12 card tomorrow, Lee. Looking forward to it. Race number 11 will be the feature. Heart and Soul in there is the post-time favorite, Lee. So again, we'll see if Heart and Soul and Walter Chevrolet can get it done tomorrow. Looking forward to watching the card tomorrow, 1 p.m. start.
Yeah, 1 p.m. A lot of memorial races on the card as well tomorrow. The Isabel and Ivan Cameron Memorial coming up on race number 12. Thanksgiving Day pace is the race 11, as you mentioned. The Bob McGinnis Memorial is race number 8. The 6th race is the Leon James Stewart Memorial, and the 5th race is the Lester Chapel Memorial and the Cecil James Stewart Memorial, race number 3. So a lot of folks going to be out. Those trackside presentations, and always very special for the family members to honor those. Historic Summerside tomorrow, post time at 1.
The afternoon 6th race sponsored by David Corrigan, Century 21 Colonial Realty Incorporated Pace. No Great Mischief number 1 is owned by Walter Chevrolet, Brian Thompson, and Douglas Olden. Walter is the trainer driver. To the Rev, owned by Jeff Skinner of Hammond Plains and Bob Skinner of Truro, Nova Scotia. Trained by Gilles Barrio. Note the driver changed to Adam Murner. Three Better Than Cash is owned, trained, and driven by Amber Campbell of Charlottetown. For Cowboy Logic, owned by Morris McCabe, Gerard Ellsworth, Angus Burt, and George Burke. Trained by Harold Shepard, Stephen Shepard drives. 5 McPat, owned by Everett Hanson of Magerville and Donald Stevenson of Trevorton, New Brunswick, trained by Gilles Barrio, Corey McPherson in the sulky. 4 minutes wagering time in race number 6. This is the deadline for the on-track pick 5. The jackpot high 5 is coming up on a race 8 with the low 15% takeout. Wager on track or through HPI account. It's free to join.
Well, you can have Marie McRae to the broadcast desk. Marie McRae to the broadcast. Back on the track, here we go for race number 6 today. And as Vance mentioned, on-track players, a lot of those pick 5 ballots, Peter. It's an on-track play that's been very, very popular, and here's the start of it here. So they got to figure this out. David Corrigan, Century 21, Colonial Realty Inc., and David's been a longtime sponsor of the Pancake Breakfast, so thank you for that. Well, Gilles Barrio is off today, so Adam Murner gets the call to drive the Rev from Post 2 here this afternoon. Hard to believe in this day and age you can go out and pace a mile in 54 flat and not get a check. And that shouldn't be the case today as the Revs go after lifetime score 47.
Yeah, and he's 11 years old, Lee, and I just love to watch him race. He's had such a great career, this guy, and he's a beautiful horse to watch on the track. He's dropping down today. He was against the preferred ones the last couple of times. 6th last time out, as you mentioned, the time to dance started 54, and then the preferred ones 2 back there. 4th just beaten in a blanket finish to screen test 55 and 2, closed 27 and 2, and prior to that, the 3 starts there where he finished second 3 times in a row, including the one at the one on September the 18th where he was second to Outclass Blue Chip, 53 and 4, closed in 28 and 4. So he's dropping down a little bit here today. Adam Murner picks up the drive, and he could return to the winning ways. The Rev is 3-5.
Case 1 or 2 to go here in the 6th race this afternoon. Another power-packed field for you. There's a look at the 4. This is Cowboy Logic coming in today. Stephen Shepard driving. His dad, Harold Shepard, doing the training. We talk about weekends like this, Peter, but just go back to August. I mean, the Shepard family with the big win in the Gold Cup of Saucer, never forget that. Mo McCabe, Gerard Ellsworth, Angus Burt, George Burke all share the ownership today. We always treat this guy, we seem to treat him anyway, as a sleeper in the field, and I just don't see that way today. Throws in one of those 27-1 closing quarters at you. You better watch out.
I'm on board with you, Lee. I think he's got a huge shot here today, and he may even reach up and win. He's another guy that's dropping out of the preferred ones. You can see he's raced that level. You go down the card there the last 6 times. 5th, last time out to time to dance, but he was charted 53 and 4, and he closed in a snappy 28 and 2. Second by a neck last time out, or 2 times back there from the 4-hole, 55 and 1, closed 27 and 1. And again, Lee, down the lines there, you see second 4 back there to Bugsy McGuire, charted 54 and 4. He's a really nice racehorse. He's got a big shot here today from the 4-hole. Cowboy Logic's even money.
All right, getting set to go. 12-1 right now off the rails. Good value for No Great Mischief. He's one of those horses that's hard to leave out as well. Walter Chivery, training and driving here today. He's also the co-owner with Brian Thompson and Douglas Holton of New Brunswick. So they get to go here this afternoon and quietly going about his business this season, Peter. 6 for 10 and top 3 finishes with 2 wins in the season.
I like the way he's racing here. He's coming into this one in real sharp form. 3rd, 3 back, just beaten half a length. 2nd, 2 back, just beaten 57 and 2, closed 28 and 1, and then last time out had to lead from 5 and was 4th. But take a closer look, only beaten a length and change, 56 and 4, closed 28 and 2. He's really sharp of late. He draws the rail here, and Walter's going to drive at 12-1.
All right, well, we couldn't go to gate without talking about the 3 here. Coming in better than cash, the newcomer to Charlottetown, Amber Campbell, training and driving tonight. She's also the owner of this 5-year-old who moves in here, and what a trip. Peter, if you look at the miles and coming in here for Amber, and, you know, you have to remember, Amber's been handling horses and driving horses for several years, and she gets along well, and she leaves mid-pack in here at 9-1.
Horse has been very good since arriving on the island for Amber, and Amber's, of course, done the driving a couple of times. They went gate to wire in Summerside there. Nice win, 56 and 4. Made the move to Charlottetown, again right down the road, 54 and 2. Closed 29 and 1 and was 5th, but not that far away last time, charted 57 and 3. So lines up from the 3-hole here today, better than cash and Amber, 9-1.
Yeah, 54 and 2. That's really what I have circled on the page there. What an incredible trip. So the 5 just went off the track. We're just told from the control room, so we'll keep an eye on McPat coming back on the track here from the Barrio Barn. Corey McPherson driving here today at 7-1. You know, we talked about Workington on the team here today as Rocky Skirman just gave a shout out, and he sent in a nice picture there, Sheldon Campbell, which appreciate that. But Kurt Hughes, I also want to do a shout out to you, Kurt. Hope you're feeling better. I know you're tuned in this afternoon, and Peter and I would just want to say we need your help on the on the
we need some help on the picks.
On the picks.
And I was just talking to him through text, and he's doing well, Lee. And again, I want to say hi to Kurt. And Lee, he bought a horse at the sale, so you know what? He's back in the saddle.
Yeah, he's back in the saddle, and we'll be tracking along, we're getting updates throughout the season as well. But nice to have you tuned in today, Kurt, and we're thinking of you. And we're back on action here with the 5, McPat, on track at 6-1 right now. So the Metro Home Building Center starting gate is rolling for the David Corrigan, Century 21 Colonial Realty, and back upstairs for the call. Here's Vance Cameron.
No Great Mischief, the Rev, Better Than Cash, Cowboy Logic, McPat, top of the stretch. They're approaching a start. Rough and pacing, and the Barrio trainees are firing out. The Rev and McPat. No Great Mischief, third into the turn. To get away fourth, Better Than Cash, and Cowboy Logic will trail by the 8th pole, and straightening up the backstretch of the quarter. The Rev and Adam Murner lead it. Second, that is McPat, racing from third. No Great Mischief. Into fourth goes Cowboy Logic, and off stride is Better Than Cash. On by the opening quarter, the Rev is the leader. 2-hole ride has McPat. No Great Mischief now third. Around the turn fourth is Cowboy Logic, and Better Than Cash has taken himself out of it after the break. 27-4! Boom! Just like that, the Rev is fired up for Murner. McPat in the 2-hole, No Great Mischief third. Cowboy Logic right with the leaders fourth, and trailing the field, Better Than Cash at the midway point. They were there with the Rev out in front, 56-4. Around the turn, approaching 5-8. The Rev will get him there. McPat goes second, No Great Mischief third. Cowboy Logic is fourth. The trailer, Better Than Cash, halfway up the backstretch for the final time. The Rev, the leader at 3/4, marching up on the outside. Here is Cowboy Logic on the challenge. Third at the rail, McPat. No Great Mischief fourth. Better Than Cash fifth. 3/4 up in 1. 26-1. They're homeward bound now, and Cowboy Logic will lead them home. McPat on the outside second. The Rev and No Great Mischief deep in the stretch now. Cowboy Logic for Stephen Shepard. Second, that's McPat. The Rev is third. 1:53. 3. Closing panel. 27-2.
All right, look at the Universal Media slow-mo for you here this afternoon, Power Pack Field. We talked about Cowboy Logic in the pre-race here, Peter. We said that we always treat him like the sleeper, but not today. It was the trip that we mapped out, and Shepard got it done.
Boy, what a brush up the backstretch here. We'll take you through it. The Rev won at the front end, and he was there over there. Snappy 27-4. He was the leader for Murner. McPat was second, 56-4. They raced the backside, and that's the big brush and the winning move by Cowboy Logic. He clears up 126-1. And down the stretch, he gets a bit of a battle here from McPat coming late. But Steven had made that early move and got to the front, and he's there at the end, 153-3. Closes out in a swift 27-2 to get there in the end. Cowboy Logic and Shepard, big time today in the 6th at Red Shores.
Ladies and gentlemen, here comes the inquiry sign. Racing officials now have a late inquiry underway in race number 6, examining the stretch drive. There it is, that old father-son fist pump as they come to the winner's circle here in race number 6 with number 4, Cowboy Logic. Bay pacing gelding 4 by Western Ideal. Off the Art Major, Dam Sarasu. Owned by Morris McCabe, Gerard Ellsworth, Angus Bird, and George Burke. Trained by Harold Shepard and driven to victory by Stephen Shepard. The horse has his 15th lifetime victory. An excellent trip on this day of 1:53 and 3. That is Cowboy Logic. David Corrigan, Century 21 Colonial Realty Incorporated, has the trackside presentation. Results of the 6th race judges' inquiry, no violations. Now the official results in race 6, No Great Mischief 4th. The Rev 3rd. Better Than Cash 5th. Cowboy Logic, the race winner. McPat finished 2nd. They went 27-4, 56-4, 126-1, and the mile went 153-3. In review, 435-12. Cowboy Logic, 480 to win. The exactor $24, triactor $43.30, and the superfecta $9.23.
Race 7 is the 2-year-old Colts, and after winning his first 6 career starts, Fern Hill General draws well to rebound off 2 straight losses to stash it away. The latest was a nightmare trip, an early break, and then broken equipment at Inverness. Brodie McPhee will look to right the ship here by sending the Earl Smith trainee by Malicious right to the top, get the jump on Stashaway, who's drawn outside in this affair. St. Charles Fireball may have a say in this one despite post 7 if the favorites falter, but Fern Hill General has a big chance to cap off a fine season in the 2-year-old Colts.
And once again, thanks to Ken Warkington today joining us on the Breeders' Crown weekend and on this Championship Sunday. Just a beautiful day if you're tuning in, and I know the viewerships continue to climb here this afternoon. It is a beautiful day here. Mixture of sun and cloud, a little slight breeze, around 14 degrees, and working on a fast track. Cavendish Farms Atlantic Breeders' Crown Final for 2-year-old Colts coming up. As Ken mentioned, there is an equipment change on Brumpy, blind to open. Make sure you get that in your notes today. Jill's Barrio is off today. Jason Hughes picks up the catch drive on Roll With It Hottie Toddy from post 6. And Stash It Away makes an equipment change as well, blind to blinkers.
Today's 7th race is the Cavendish Farms Atlantic Breeders' Crown Championship Final for 2-year-old pacing colts. They're on post parade. Number 1, Soul Assassin, owned by Windermere Farms, Hollis Newson and Roger Burns. Trained by Earl Watts, David Dowling drives. 2, Brumby is owned by Five Guys Horses and Lies of Charlottetown, trained by Jamie Smith. Today, Adam Murner. Check Your Source number 3 is owned by Jamie Whalen of Vernon Bridge and Glenn Dunn of Somerville. Mike McGuigan, training and driving. 4, Fernhill General, owned by Peter Smith of Stratford. Gerald Morrissey of Vernon River, trained by Earl Smith. Brodie McPhee drives. All the way to Cardigan, number 5, owned by Jackie Heffernan of Glace Bay, Nova Scotia, trained by Miles Heffernan Jr., Miles Sr. driving. 6, Roll With Hottie Toddy is owned by Trevor Hicken of Montague, Todd and Trish Hardy of Windsor, Nova Scotia. Trained by Trevor Hicken. Note the driver change to Jason Hughes. St. Charles Fireball, number 7, owned by Ryan and Everett McLeod of Surrey. Mark Campbell, the trainer driver. 8, Stash It Away, owned by Reg McPherson of Stratford, trained by Kevin McLean. Corey McPherson in the sulky. Down to 3 minutes wagering time on the 7th. Red Shores is Atlantic Canada's premier entertainment destination.
All right, back out on the track we go with Race Day Live continues today, and that's Fern Hill General. Brodie McPhee doing the driving for Earl Smith, who is the Joe Smallwood Memorial winner this morning at the Pancake Breakfast. He's been around a lot of great horses over the year. He's sent a lot of great horses out. As Brodie said in the interview last night, too, Peter, you know, he can get some ready and give you some advice to go along with it. So,
well, he's won enough races. I think he can do that.
He can do that, yeah. Peter Smith and Gerald Morrissey of Vernon River co-own this 2-year-old colt, and as they get set to go for $25K here today. Colt didn't have a smooth journey at Inverness, but finished second, going after his 7th win of the season.
You know, Lee, talking to Brody last night, he said this is the best young horse he's ever sat behind. So, again, this guy's got a lot of talent. Doesn't mean he's going to win today, but I think he's got a big shot. And Brody says he's a really, really nice horse to drive. You mentioned 8 starts this year, 6 wins, and a second-place finish, 55-1 over Truro, and over $35,000 in the bank. He's got a ton of talent. And as you mentioned, you go down his lines there, you can see Northside. He was a winner there for Brody, 58-3, closed 29-2. He won in Charlottetown along the rail all the way, 56-2, closed 27-4. And then you mentioned the start at Inverness there, made the break, finished second, DQ'd 8th, 2-2-1, closed 27-2. I think he's going to bounce back here. He's had a little bit of time off. He's in the middle today, and Brody's going to do the driving at 1-5.
Okay, with the Exacta Superfecta Tractor wagering on this race, tag your ticket on track at $25. Want to welcome you all that are here today on track. It is the Cavendish Farms Atlantic Breeders' Crown Final for 2-year-old colts, and we're going all the way to the outside with Stash It Away here. Corey McPherson driving for Kevin McLean today, Reg McPherson of Stratford. Speaking of great combinations over the years, they made an equipment change here today. The blinkers, they're going to be leaving and rolling from Post 8, and this 2-year-old colt shares the headline today as far as I'm concerned. Post 8 going to be a factor, but you should circle that 54-4 trip, Pete.
Yeah, again, it was an excellent trip there. You mentioned left from 3 that day here on the 18th, and he sat pocket all the way and got up to nip Fernhill General late, 54-4, 29-2 on the end of it. An excellent win, and he's had a real nice campaign. 9 starts, 7 in the top 3, 5 wins, over $37,000 in the bank, 54-4 right here at Charlottetown. And again, his last 2 were good. Inverness all the way for Corey over at Inverness, 2-2, closed 27-1, and then back here in Charlottetown, Joe O'Brien Gold. Again, he was put on the engine and collared by Woodmere Denver late, but still raced well, 57-1, closed 29-3. He has to deal with Post 8, but like you said, Lee, I think he's got the talent here to overcome it and be part of it at the end.
Well, I did see trainer Trevor Hicken at the banquet last night, and he's the conditioner on this 2-year-old on your screen right now by Roll With It Harry. Roll With It Hottie Toddy. Love the name. Jason Hughes picks up the call here today to do the driving for Trevor's co-owners Todd and Trish Hardy at Windsor, Nova Scotia as well. So anytime you're going for $25,000, of course, that gets you revved up a little bit. He's listed as your value play, Peter, I noticed in your post-time picks. He's in the mix this season, and he's going for $25K. So you know what? Roll With It Hottie Toddy. Got him, put him in there.
Yeah, I'm going to roll with him, Lee. And again, he's at long odds here, 34-1. But again, I just like the fact that he's kind of always been in the mix. He's 7 for 9. He does have the 1 win, 57-4 here in Charlottetown. He does have 5 third-place finishes this year. And again, you go down his lines, you can see he was third PI Coal Stakes weekend, 55-2, closed 29-3. And at the bottom of the lines there here in Charlottetown, he was third, 57-3, closed 29-4. So again, bit of a long shot play here, but I'm going to stick him in here. Maybe he figures it out and gets third here today, 36-1. I'll take him at those odds.
Soul Assassin off the rail here today, 9-1 as we're getting close in the 7th. David Dowling driving for trainer Earl Watts, who hit a milestone just recently as well with his 500th career win as a trainer. Windermere Farms, Hollis Newson, Roger Burns. Good place to leave from for $25K off the rail, even though that is a value price here today. Soul Assassin, and Dowling's got him as we're getting close. Broadcasting today, world headquarters, Redshores.ca. The Red Shores YouTube channel, FM 98.5, in-house monitors, channel 2. The Metro Home Building Center starting gate is rolling for the 7th. Back upstairs, the call with Vance Cameron.
Soul Assassin, Brumby, check your source, Fernhill General. All the way to Cardigan. Roll with Hottie Toddy, St. Charles Fireball, Stash It Away. Top of the stretch. Here they come. The up and pacing. Check your source. Soul Assassin. Oh, and they're hooked up into the turn. Fernhill General and all the way to Cardigan. As they move round the turn, the 7th will go under an inquiry as they step up the backstretch going to the opening quarter. Led by Soul Assassin. Racing from second. In at the rail is Brumby. Now third. Check your source. St. Charles Fireball in fourth. Stash It Away fifth. Fernhill General is underway on the outside, now moving 6th. Then racing 7th, that is Roll with Hottie Toddy. And trailing the field as they pass by that opening quarter, 28 and 2 was the opening quarter. They come off the turn and race through the stretch, approaching the midway point. On the lead, Soul Assassin. Here's Fernhill General now to challenge. Third up the rail, Brumby moving up 4th. That is Stash It Away. Racing from 5th. On the outside is Roll with Hottie Toddy. Then in 6th up the rail, Check Your Source. Trailing the field, St. Charles Fireball. 57 and 1 was the half mile. Arriving at 5-8. Soul Assassin the leader. Fernhill General. 3 high. Stash It Away is coming third. 4th at the rail, Brumby. Now 5th on the outside. Roll with Hottie Toddy. 6th is Check Your Source. St. Charles Fireball trails by the 3/4. Stash It Away in the outside, the leader. Soul Assassin in at the rail. Now second. 126 and 3 the 3/4. And they're homeward bound now. In at the rail. Soul Assassin to his outside. Stash It Away. Third is Brumby. This is the Atlantic Breeders' Crown Championship final. 2-year-old colt pacers. Stash It Away for Corey McPherson. Soul Assassin second. Brumby third. Time for the mile in 1:56 and 1. We are under an inquiry. Judge's inquiry involves the race after the start into the first turn.
Okay, so here we go with the Universal Media slow-mo for you in the stretch drive. It doesn't tell the whole story, though. Some action that happened after the start. Judges are looking at that. Stash It Away, though. Even an equipment change here today. I'll tell you what, when you're going for 25K, you're leaving from post 8. It's not the best place to start from, Peter, but it only matters at the end where you land on the line.
He was sharp coming into this lead. A little bit of a mix-up early on. It forced Fernhill General to go first up here today. 28 and 2 for Soul Assassin. Fernhill General was first over. 57 and 1. Corey tracking. Second over. 3/4, 126 and 3, and he just flashes up and clears up to the lead after the 126 and 3. Down the stretch, they hook up. Soul Assassin, Stash It Away. Beautiful close-up here. Late on the end of it as he gets up to nail a 1 right on the wire. Stash It Away, 1:56 and 1. He's a winner here today. Soul Assassin, a good second. Brumby third. 8-1-2 in the 7th at Redshores.
Stash It Away arriving at the 7th race winner's circle. Bay Pacing gelding 2 by Peng Shui off the Ponderosa Dam All-American Napa. Owned by Reg McPherson of Stratford. Colt bred by Wilf Poulton. He's trained by Kevin McLean and driven to victory by Corey McPherson. Time of the mile in 1:56 and a 1/5. Stash It Away, capturing the Cavendish Farms Atlantic Breeders' Crown Championship final for 2-year-old pacing colts with the trackside presentation. Now the results of the 7th race judges' inquiry. Racing officials deemed that number 5, All the Way to Cardigan, interfered with the 4, Fernhill General, after the start. With the 5-horse not finishing the race, there are no placings required. Now the official results in race 7. Sold Assassin was 2nd. Brumby 3rd. Check Your Source 5th. Fernhill General 7th. All the Way to Cardigan did not finish. Roll with Hottie Toddy 6th. St. Charles Fireball 4th. Stash It Away was the race winner. 28-2. 57-1. 126-3. The mile 156-1. From the top, 2-3-5. 7 did not finish. 641. Stash it away, pay $12.30 to win. The exactor $143.90. Triactor $1,025.10. Superfecta carryover.
Okay, 6 to go here before race number 8 at Red Shores in Charlottetown this afternoon. PEI Harness Racing Industry Association with the trackside presentation as we see the horses getting ready to come out here. I'm heading to the 3 in here, and that's Ashes to Ashes. I like the 2 and the 5 as well. And Gerard Smith, he's going 2, 5, 3. So we both like the same horses, just in a bit of different order there. Vance Cameron will be along shortly with his jackpot high 5. I'll have mine as well. 6 to go here before race number 8 at Red Shores.
Today's 8th race, the PEI Harness Racing Industry Association pace. They're on post parade. Number 1 is Tempo Sealster, owned by Gary Polton and Dura Burho of Charlottetown. Trained by Gary Polton, driven by Kenny Murphy. Race U20, number 2, owned by Kent McDonald, Bo Ford, Brent Campbell, and Natasha Campbell. Mark Campbell training and driving. 3, Ashes to Ashes, owned by Linda Summers, Tracy Conway, and Lynn Livingstone. Trained by Ron Matheson. Note the driver change to Walter Chapery. Number 4, Sports Royalty, owned by Beth and Wendy McCray of Belfast. Wendy does the training. The drive goes to Kenny Arsenault. 5, The Twist, owned by Darren Smith of Rocky Point and Jody Sanderson of Cornwall. Trained by Darren Smith, Jason Hughes. 6, Hamax Dragonators, owned by Bobby Joe Matheson of Charlottetown, trained by Ron Matheson, Adam Murner. 7, Creepin', owned by James Quinn, Carl Peterson, and Brittany Watts. The trainer-driver is David Dowling. 8, Legendary Ron, owned by Doug Matheson of Cornwall, trained by Nick Oakes. Redmond Doucetson, the sulky, at 3 minutes to post time. And we're coming up with our selections here in the 8th race jackpot high 5 as we thank Results Advertising and Marketing for their presentation of the Vance Cam out of the announcer's booth here at the driving park in race number 8. I'm going to go with the Barrio driver change to Chevrolet. You're not going to find one any better to pick up a catch drive, Pete. And I'll use Ashes to Ashes on top here in the 8th race. I like number 2, Raise U20. He's been pretty good since he's landed at the Mark Campbell barn. A winner his last time out in 56-2. For the triactor players, I'm going to go with post position, and that's number 1, Tempo Sealster for Kenny Murphy. In the superfecta department, I like number 5, The Twist. He's been rolling right along since he landed on the island. We'll see just exactly if he can win another one in a very short period of time. My jackpot high 5, I'm going to conclude it with the claiming horse in the race. That's number 7, Creeping for Dowling. I like 3, 2, 1. 5-7. Peter, your choices.
I'm with you. I'm going to Ashes as well. As you mentioned, Chevrie's going to do the driving, but yeah, Vance, I'm going to put him on top. I like Raise You 20 as well. This has been a nice pickup, and Mark Campbell will do the driving. Going to call Raise You 20 for a second. 5, the twist. He's been dancing, Vance, since he got to the island, and I like him again here today. I'll go 4 for 4th. That's Sports Royalty and Kenny Arsenault, and I'm going to throw in Creepin' for 5th, and that's the 7 in here. So I like 3, 2, 5, 4, 7. Vance, we've had some great racing already this afternoon and a great weekend as well.
Absolutely perfect, to tell you the truth, Peter, and lots more of it to come. And the weatherman is going to cooperate, I believe, on that Monday holiday card up at Summerside tomorrow. So looking forward for the rest of the day and tomorrow.
Yes, and there's our jackpot high 5 selections. Vance, 3, 2, 1, 5, 7. I'm with him on the first 2. I like a 3, 2, 5, 4, 7. So there's our picks. Make sure you get yours in. 1 minute to go before race number 8. Okay, you heard the call to post here in the 8th PEI Harness Racing Industry Association trackside presentation after the 8th. Let's look at the board here. Tempo Sealster and Kenny Murphy, they're on the rail at 6-1 here today. Raise You 20 is now the favorite for Campbell. Lily from post 2, 4-5. 3-1 on Ashes Dashes at Chevrolet this afternoon. 18-1 on Sports Royalty. That's Kenny Arsenault. The Twist and Hughes, they're looking for 4 in a row here. They're 7-2. Halmax Dragonator and Murner 33-1. Then it's the 7 Creepin' and Dowling at 13-1. And the 8 on the outside of Legendary Ron. Red Doucette today on Legendary Ron at 14-1. That's the field. Good luck with your picks here in race number 8. Getting set for race number 8 from Redshores in Charlottetown this afternoon as the horses swinging behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's go upstairs to track announcer Vance Cameron for the race call.
Tempo Sealster, Raise You 20, Ashes to Ashes, Sports Royalty. The Twist, Halmax Dragonator, Creepin'. Legendary Run outside, top of the stretch. They're approaching a start. The rough and pacing, and the Twist is leaving out. Tempo Sealster along the rail. Raise You 20 is third. Away fourth. That's Ashes to Ashes. Legendary Ron. Coming from the far outside to pick up fifth, Sports Royalty around the turn 6. Then Hamax Dragonator and Creepin' is the trailer. Up the backstretch they go. The twist made the lead. Raise U20 is coming to him on the outside second. Third up the rail is Tempo Sealster. Now in fourth, that's Ashes to Ashes. Sports Royalty fifth. Legendary Ron will go to the cone 6. Then in seventh, that is Hamax Dragonator. Creepin' is 8. 27 and 4. Boom! Just like that, they fired out here. Raise U20 now for Mark Campbell on the lead, and the lead by 4, maybe 5. Second, that is the twist, then racing third. That is Tempo Sealster. Ashes to Ashes fourth. Sports Royalty sent to the outside fifth. Legendary Ron is 6th. Hamax Dragonator 7th. Creepin' is trailing the field halfway home in 56 and 3. Raise U20 will lead them at 5-8. Closing in second, that is the twist. Sports Royalty up on the outside will pick up third. Tempo Sealster riding the rail fourth. On the outside fifth. Hamax Dragonator. Ashes to Ashes, nowhere to go 6. Seventh is Creepin', and the trailer, that is Legendary Ron. They arrive at 3/4. Raise U20 the leader in 1. 26 and 3 from the outside. The long shot. Sports Royalty is second. The twist at the rail third. Hamax Dragonator fourth. And they're homeward bound, led by Raise U20. The twist is coming up the rail late. Deep in the stretch. On the wire next. Raise U20 from Mark Campbell. Second, the twist. Sports Royalty held third. Time for the mile in 1:55.3.
Well, here's a look at the Universal Media slow-mo for you this afternoon in Charlottetown. And Raise U20 and Campbell, they got to the point here today, Peter, and they're able to fend off through the stretch here to get the job done.
He's been really good since arriving on the island. And, yeah, the twist, he slingshot off the gate here, has the lead briefly. Campbell comes around. He's on the outside for a while. 27 and 4, he's there in the leader. 56 and 3. Jason tracks 2-hole, 126 and 3. And they sat down, both of them here, for the drive. Mark on the front end. Jason trying to sneak down the passing lane, but Raise U20, he was on the lead early, hangs around late, and wins at 155 and 3. A winner. The twist a good second. Sports Royalty third. 254 in the 8th at Red Shores.
Here comes Raise U20 into the 8th race winner's circle. Bay pacing gelding 4 by Classic Card Shark from the Royal Majesty Dam. Royal Lady Les, owned by Kent McDonald, Bo Ford, Brent Campbell, and Natasha Campbell. Trained and driven to victory by Mark Campbell. Mark's second winner on the day for the double. And a new pacing record on the horse of 155 and 3. Raise U20. In the 8th race at trackside, the PEI Harness Racing Industry Association cooler presentation. Now the official results in race 8, Tempo Sealster was 7th, Raise You 20 the race winner. Ashes to Ashes was 8th. Sports Royalty 3rd. The Twist was 2nd. Hamax Dragonator 6th. Creepin' finished 4th. Legendary Ron was 5th. 27-4. 56-3. 126-3. And the mile 155-3. In review, 718, 326, 45. Raise You 2510. The exactor 1390, triactor 160.70. Superfecta was 81.54 and a jackpot high five carryover.
Race 9 is for the 3-year-old fillies, and what a matchup we have here. Mystifying has really blossomed this season. 11 for 15, 5 wins coming in Charlottetown, including a track record of 153-3 on September 18th. She returns off a 155-3 romp in the Lady Slipper at Summerside, flashing speed at both ends of that mile. Her main rival, the red-hot Tobin's Brownie, also draws outside, setting up a marquee matchup and a wild first quarter in here. Mystifying faces a serious test, yet this Source of Pride filly has Jill's Barrio in the bike and the ability and talent and relentless ability to grind them down.
All right, well, thanks a lot, Ken. And, of course, with the recorded pieces coming in to us from yesterday, getting lined up for today, Mystifying will be driven by Daryl McLean today, but leaves from Post 8 this afternoon here in the 3-year-old fillies final. They go over 25,000 and they're on the track in just a minute.
The afternoon's ninth race, the Cavendish Farms Atlantic Breeders' Crown Championship Final for 3-year-old filly Pacers on Post Parade. Woodmere Leah number 1, owned by Kenneth and Susan Lowthers of 3 Mile Plains, Nova Scotia. Darren Crow is the trainer-driver. 2 is Suffield Sky, owned by Suffield Farms Incorporated of Summerside, trained by Keith Campbell or Redmond Doucette. Woodmere Vantage number 3, owned by Debbie Francis of Sweets Corner and Wayne McRae of Fall River, Nova Scotia. Paul Langell training and driving. 4 Elm Grove Penny, owned by Ian Banks of Bible Hill, Nova Scotia, trained by Danny Romo. Mark Campbell up. 5 Maggie's Delight, owned by Michelle Myers and Roger McDonald of Cardigan. Michelle does the training, driven by Corey McPherson. Emmy Lou Hayes wears number 6, owned by John and Stephen Quinn and George Stevenson, trained by Stephen Quinn, driven by Jason Hughes. Tobin's Brownie number 7, owned by James Quinn, Carl Peterson, Amy Lockey, and Brittany Watts. David Dowling trains and drives. 8 Mystifying, owned by Daryl and Gordon McLean and Stephen Downey. Daryl does the training, and now Daryl is in the sulky. Note the driver change and mystifying. Daryl McLean drives. Down to 3 minutes wagering time on race number 9. The Thanksgiving card takes place Monday at Redshores, Summerside. Opening post time, 1 o'clock.
Enjoy the thrill of the race anywhere, anytime with HPIBet.com. Join for free and use your smartphone, tablet, or PC to watch and wager when you can't be at the track. Stream live racing from over 450 tracks. Bet with ease from anywhere. It's safe and secure. Get rewards, race alerts, tips, and more. For a limited time, get $100 when you become a member. Plus, 1 month free live race streaming, and your first bet is on us. Go to HPIBet.com to join for free today.
Okay, back on the track here we go for a beautiful afternoon at Atlantic Breeders' Crown Weekend here in Charlottetown. Cavendish Farms, Atlantic Breeders' Crown Final for 3-year-old fillies on track. $25,000 they're going for. And there's a look at the 7, Tobin's Brownie in here right now. David Dowling driving and training today for James Quinn, Carl Peterson, Amy Lackey, and Brittany Watts. And just a special filly here today. The only thing not to like is post position, but great horses always find a way to overcome it, and I think she can today, Pete.
Yeah, I'm with you, Lee. Again, she's had a dynamite year, 10 for 11 in the top threes, 7 wins, the quickest rate here in Charlottetown, 53-4. As you said, over 58,000 in the bank, and she's been rolling of late. PEI Colt Stakes weekend right down the highway, and 56-4. She came right back in Summerside. Again, a nice win, 57-1, closed 29-4. And last time out, this is important, I think, Summerside, Lady Slipper Gold, left from 7, made her way to the front, and was a winner by 4 and change, 56, closed 28-1. So she gets the same spot in Charlottetown today. I think David may try to make his way to the front. We'll see what he decides to do, but David usually likes to be up handy at the front. So we'll see what his strategy is here today on Tobin's Brownie at 1-5.
Well, there's a look at the 4-1 choice right now, right alongside, 1 slot to the right, and that's post 8, mystifying today. And this filly certainly deserves a lot of respect in the headline, too. Daryl McLean will do the driving here today. He's also the trainer, but he's going to drive and sub-hit for a pinch hit for Jill's Barrio here today. Daryl, Gordon McLean, Stephen Downey, New Brunswick. What a season. This filly deserves a lot of respect as well. Just over 56,000 in the bank, and she too will have to work out a trip from post 8.
Amazing. The numbers jump off the page really on Mystifying this year. 11 wins, 13 of the 15 starts in the top 3. She's got the record here in Charlottetown for 3-year-old pacing fillies of 153-3. She's had a dynamite year, and Daryl knows her very well. Daryl's driven her in the past and done very well. So again, he's got to work it from the 8-hole here today, but she was a winner last time out. Summerside in the Lady Slipper Gold for Barrio, 55-3. Good on the end of it, 27-4. 3 down, was a winner here, PEI Colt Stakes weekend, 53-3. That's what she set the track record and closed in 28 flat. So we'll see what Dowling does from the 7-hole, and we'll see what Daryl does from the 8-hole. But remember, he knows her very well here, 5-2.
Well, good-looking group here for the 3-year-old fillies here today. Emmy Lou Hayes, Maggie's Delight, Elm Grove Penny, Woodmere Vanish, Southfield Sky, and there's the rail sitter right now with Woodmere, Leah, and Darren Crow doing the training and the driving. Nice to see Darren and Artie Kennedy last night to talk to them at the Breeders' Crown banquet and a little committee gathering after. Good to see them together.
I hope Artie's okay today.
Well, I think so. He was in bed early, I think, wasn't he?
I think he was when we left.
Anyway, trip is going to be key today. She lands on the rail in the final, which is a great place to be.
You know what? Talking to Darren, he likes his chances on the rail here today, Lee. Again, I think they can follow along here. The 1-3 back, he tracked all the way and was a good second to Tobin's Brownie, 56-4, and closed in 28-1. She had to leave from 5 last time, finished 6th. But it still closed 28-3. So I think the good news is she's on the rail here today, and she may be able to follow along, get a piece of it here, a good piece of it, because they're going for 25,000. So we're going to put her in for third here at 28-1.
getting ready to go to gate here. Elm Grove Penny taking some money as well. 6-1 odds here for trainer Romo and driver Campbell. So they're getting set in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. It's the Cavendish Farms Atlantic Breeders' Crown Final. 3-year-old fillies. Back upstairs the call. Here's Vance Cameron.
Woodmere Leah, Sutfield Sky, Woodmere Vanish, Elm Grove Penny, Maggie's Delight, Emmy Lou Hayes, Tobin's Brownie, Mystifying, top of the stretch. Here they come. The rough end pacing, Elm Grove Penny is leaving out. Woodmere Leah on the rail between horses. Southfield Sky way wide. That's Tobin's Brownie fourth. Into the turn fifth. Woodmere Vanish Mystifying on the outside six. Then it's Maggie's Delight and the trailer. Emmy Lou Hayes up the backstretch they go, and Woodmere Leah guarding the rail for Darren Crow, leading him over to the quarter. Second, that is Elm Grove Penny racing from third. Southfield Sky, Tobin's Brownie is now dropped in fourth. Away fifth is Woodmere Vantage on the rail six, Mystifying. Moving up seventh is Emmy Lou Hayes, and now the trailer, Maggie's Delight, 28 seconds. Flat was the opening quarter, and Woodmere Leah and Crow are serious leaders. Elm Grove Penny is second, racing third. Southfield Sky, and she's edged out. Following out of fourth is Tobin's Brownie. Then in fifth, Mystifying going to the rail. Six into the turn, Woodmere Vantage outside. Emmy Lou Hayes is seventh, trailing the field. In up the rail, that is Maggie's Delight. 56-1 for an opening half mile. Woodmere Leah will lead them to three quarters. Elm Grove Penny is coming to the outside. Mystifying up the rail now third. Tobin's Brownie on the outside. She's fourth. Woodmere Vantage fifth. Emmy Lou Hayes sixth. Seventh, Maggie's Delight. Now the trailer, Southfield Sky, 1:25-2 down at three quarters, and they're well grouped, headed home. Woodmere Leah still there. Elm Grove Penny, Tobin's Brownie, Mystifying. Woodmere Leah and Darren Crow capture the Atlantic Breeders' Crown Championship final. 3-year-old filly pacers, 1:55-1.
Well, we talked about her in the pre-race here, Woodmere Leah and Darren Crow, and they had the rail today in the final, $25,000. You know Crow, he is an experienced driver. He was going to take advantage of it today, and a big win here this afternoon, their fifth of the season.
Lee, I was talking to him last night, and he said, yeah, he was going to protect the rail here today. He didn't know about his chances. He knew the two on the outside were the favorites, but he said, Pete, I'm going to be guarding the rail, and I'm going to go. So he did, 28 flat over there, 56-1. He was there at the half. They started coming at him 125-2. You can see they were all bunched up here, but Darren's still fending them off late here, and he's going to get there in the end, 155-1. We liked her for part of it here today. Didn't know if she could go right down the road, but Darren had her sharp and gets it done gate to wire here. What a win this is for Crow. Atlantic Breeders' Crown Final, 3-year-old fillies. They go for $25,000, and he goes right down the road with Woodmere Leah to win it in the ninth.
Woodmere Leah arriving at the 9th race. Winners circled. Bay pacing filly 3 by Roll With It Harry. Off the Western Ideal Dam, Oh Pretty Lee. Owned by Kenneth and Susan Lowthers of 3 Mile Plains, Nova Scotia. Filly bred by Woodmere Farms of Marshfield. Darren Crow training and driving. And he put her on top at every call this afternoon. Filly pacing to a new race win record of 155 and a 1/5. Woodmere Leah capturing the Cavendish Farms Atlantic Breeders' Crown Championship final for 3-year-old filly pacers with the trackside presentation.
Yeah, you know what? It's hugs and high fives and handshakes all around there. Even our buddy Artie Kenny looks good in the glasses.
I'm telling you, he's got the shades on out there, Lee. He's looking good today. He was ready for this, and I'm happy for the guys, Lee. I mean, anytime you win a big race, it's special. This horse won a big trip today, and congrats to Artie and Darren. They're looking great today.
Here's the official results from the 9th race. Woodmere Leah the winner. Southfield Sky was 8th. Woodmere Vanny 6th. Elmgrove Penny 5th. Maggie's Delight 4th. Emmy Lou Hayes 7th. Tobin's Brownie was 2nd. Mystifying finished 3rd. Fractions of 28. 56 and 1. 125 and 2. And the mile 155 and 1. In review, it's 186. 547 23. Woodmere Leah paid $17 on the nose. The exactor 102.90, triactor 173.60, superfecta 258.65. Time to check your 50-50 draw tickets, today valued at $894. Winning number will be Q21206. Today's 50-50 winning number for $894, Q21206. Good luck. The Atlantic Breeders' Crown Open Mares on the 10th race post parade. Number 1 is Lord John Legacy. The owners are Arnold Myers, Sterling McClure, and Luke Beck of Charlottetown, trained by Beau Ford. And note the driver change to Redmond Doucette. 2 Miss Moyes, owned by Olivia May, Quade Hatley, and Andrew Cameron of Charlottetown, trained by Melissa Rennie. Adam Murner will drive. Brett Clough will do the post parade. 3 is Arc Light, owned by Crossroads Racing Stable, Stratford. Mark Campbell trains and drives. 4, Dream Fair Zen Fire, owned by Ryan and Everett McLeod of Surrey, trained by Mark Campbell, driven today by Jason Hughes. 5 Ladylike is owned by Debbie Elliman of Village Green, trained by Colin Johnson, driven by David Dowling. The Time to Win, number 6, owned by Shirley Weeks of Hunter River, trained by Ron Matheson, Mark Bradley. 7 Better Be in Love, owned by Brendan Mullen, Cole McLaren, and Aaron McCardle, trained by Brendan Mullen, driven by Brody McPhee. Number 8 is Woodmere Sky Roller, owned by Reg McPherson of Stratford, trained by Kevin McLean, Corey McPherson above the wheels. 3 minutes wagering time on the 10th race. Ask our team about the new Redshores guest survey for a chance to win. Back to Lee Drake and Peter McPhee next.
Well, there you see the Home Hardware Maritime Breeders' Stake calendar. Of course, next one's coming up there, as you can see, October 17th in Truro and October 30th here at Red Shores at the Charlottetown Driving Park. So thank you to Home Hardware for their continued support. Atlantic Breeders' Crown Open Mare is on track right now as we head back out there for you. And we're going to track along with the 4 here this afternoon. This is Dream Fair Zenfire. Jason Hughes will do the driving this afternoon. Trainer Campbell is going to be right alongside with Arc Light. We'll get to them in just a few minutes. But there's a 5-year-old mare by Sunfair Blue Chip, owned by Ryan McLeod. And Everett McLeod of Surrey had a fantastic season. Just missed by a head at Summerside last week, Peter. She laid down all the fractions in that record-setting mile by Woodmere Sky Roller.
Yeah, again, she raced really, really well. Again, you mentioned Woodmere Sky Roller got up late to get her, but she still raced excellent. 53-1. She closed in a snappy 28-2. You look at her year, 11 wins. That just jumps off the page from 17 starts. 52-3 here in Charlottetown. And if you look at her last couple of years, she's combined to win 24 races in the last 2 years. She's just been an excellent purchase for Ryan McLeod and Everett McLeod of Surrey. Mark Campbell trains Jason today, and Jason had success with her in the past. You go 2 back there in Summerside from post 4. Jason put her right on the point, and she rolled right down the road, 54-4, 27-4. So Jason gets her this week in Charlottetown, same post, 3-5.
All right, there's a look at the 3. This is Arc Light, 5-1 choice right now on the board as we're getting set to go here. Mark Campbell training and driving today for the Crossroads Racing Stable out of Stratford. And as you put in your post-time pick, she was interfered with last week. She has to contend with the 8. That's Woodmere Sky Roller, and they'll all be looking that way as well. But she can really finish, so she'll be a factor. She may even be calling the shots early.
I think, Lee, she bounces back here today. Again, I never really got to compete last week, and the start prior to that, you can see she didn't fire 5th, 56-2, closed 29. But if you go down to the bottom of the lines there, again, EPR and St. John, she raced well there. She got it done for Mark, 58-1. And again, preferred 2s at the bottom of the lines there, winner 53-3, closed 28. She does have 7 wins this year, so don't forget about that. She seems to do her best work with Mark in the bike, and that's going to happen here today. So I'm thinking a bit of a bounce back here today for Arc Light, 9-2.
All right, we have time for a few more as we roll through the field here this afternoon. Great looking field in the open mares here today on race number 10. Large on Legacy right now. Redmond Doucet picking up the catch call drive here this afternoon for Arnold Myers and Sterling McClure. Luke Beck of Charlottetown. And Bo Ford is the trainer today. They get the rail. That's a good spot. I was joking with Bo a little earlier in the season. Boy, I'll tell you, how many times have you come close to winning this thing? But you know what? They're always in the mix here. The 1s, the 2s, the 3s. You can see them on your card here today. Only 1 win this season, but going to be a factor off the rail at 2-1.
I think so, too. You go down the lines there to August 21st, where she was on the rail. And she tracked the entire way, just missed a Zenfire, 3/4 of a length, 54-2, closed in 29-4. And since then, it's been all 2s and 3s. Like you mentioned, she's had a dynamite season. She's 15 for 18 in top 3s, just has the 1 win. And I'm with you, Lee. Every time I see Luke back, I just say I'm going to keep picking her because she's going to win one of these weeks. Might even be today. Red Doucet in the bike, 5-2.
There's a Summerside track record holder, Woodmere Sky Roller there. Have to leave from post 8 here this afternoon. 5-1 choice right now. Corey McPherson has her for Kevin McLean. And Reg McPherson out of Stratford coming in here in this 4-year-old mare. And like I said, what a trip last week, 53-1. And as you can do in the technology of today, I wasn't at the track and I was watching it from location through HPI. And boy, what a dazzling trip to get up in the final strides to get that. Historic.
It really was, and again, she's put together a dynamite campaign. You look over 21 starts, 14 of those are in the top 3, 7 wins this year, over 23,000, 53-1 here in Charlottetown, and then again goes to Summerside, and last time it leaves from 5, again tracks all the way, and then reaches up late at the very end to get Dreamfare's End Fire, 28-2 on the end of it, so Skyroller there, and a winner, 53-1. She's had a dynamite year, has to work from the outside here today, but certainly has the talent to be in the mix.
Well, I see the starting gate, Metro Home Building Center starting gate rolling, and I said you can watch from everywhere. And you met a fan a little earlier today.
Yeah, Bob Clowaters here from Frederick, and Bob watches all the time. So, Bob, shout out to you. Hope you're enjoying the races here at Red Shores this afternoon.
Back up for the race call. Here's Vance Cameron.
Best age pacing mares in Canada's East Coast line up in the 10th. Lord John Legacy, Ms. Moy's Arc Light, Dreamfare's Empire, Lady Like, The Time to Win, Better Be in Love, Woodmere Sky Roller. Post time. The rough and pacing Dreamfare's Empire leaving out on the rail. That's Lord John Legacy. Third between horses, Ms. Moy's way wide. That is Woodmere Sky Roller. Arc Light towards the rail, then racing from 6. That is Lady Like. Away racing from 7th here in the early going. Dreamfare's Empire may be in a whole heap of trouble. It looks like the Blue Knight Jason Hughes is pulling her up. Going along the back stretch to the opening quarter. Woodmere Sky Roller all the way from the grandstand side has taken the lead. Opening quarter. Wow! Boom! Just like that, 27-1. Woodmere Sky Roller, the leader for McPherson. Second, that's Lord John Legacy. Racing from third is Ms. Moy's. Arc Light at the rail, fourth. There goes Lady Like, sent to the outside, fifth. Now in sixth, The Time to Win. Better Be in Love on the outside, seventh. Then trailing the field, that is Dreamfare's Empire. 56-1 was the half mile. Midway round the paddock turn, they go to the 5/8, led by Woodmere Sky Roller. Lord John Legacy on her back. From the outside, Lady Like is moving up third. Fourth on the outside is Arc Light, racing from fifth towards the rail. Ms. Moy's on the outside, Better Be in Love. Then up the rail, The Time to Win. Dreamfare's Empire at the back. 1:25-2 was the 3/4. We're down to an 1/8 of a mile to go. Woodmere Sky Roller, Lady Like, Arc Light coming on the far outside. They're in deep stretch now. Lady Like is there. Arc Light on the outside. Lady Like for Dowling on the line. Second is Arc Light. Looked like Lord John Legacy third. Time for the mile in 1:54-2.
Well, there's another exciting stretch drive teaming up here today, and Lady Like is set off at 15-1 odds here this afternoon in Dowling. They're going to see them come through the stretch here, Peter. I'll tell you what, former track record holder today and gets it done in the open mares this afternoon.
A lot of things happened. Some trouble for Dreamfare's Empire early on, and that allowed Woodmere Sky Roller slingshotting from the 8-hole, 27-1 to the front here today, 56-1. First over for David, past the half, 125-2. Arclight follows. They swing for home here now, and she's under siege. Woodmere Sky Roller first up and braving it first over. Tip your hat here to Lady Like, 154-2. She's going to get there on the end. Arclight was storming home as well. That horse will be second. Larson Legacy tracked all the way in the rail. That horse is third, but Lady Like first over here and a big winner today. 154-2. Dowling and Lady Like in the winner's circle next.
The former track record holder here at Charlottetown captures the Atlantic Breeders' Crown Open Mares. Number 5, Ladylike, pacing Brown Mare 5 by Shadow Play from the Dragon Again Dam, Sunshine Patriot. Owned by Debbie Element of Village Green, trained by Colin Johnson, driven to victory by David Dowling. Time of the mile in 1:54 and 2. Ladylike upsets the Atlantic Breeders' Crown Open Mares with the trackside presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, we now have a late judges inquiry here in race number 10. You're advised to retain your tickets on the 4, Dream Fairs and Fire. Racing officials are checking to see if she did have broken equipment prior to the start. Ladies and gentlemen, there's going to be a general refund of all monies wagered on number 4, Dream Fairs and Fire, for broken equipment prior to the start. Refunding number 4, Dream Fairs and Fire, broken equipment before the start. Now the official results in race 10, Large on Legacy third. Ms. Moyes fifth. Arc Light was second. Dream Fair's Empire finished eighth. Broken equipment prior to the start refund. Lady Like the winner. The time to win was seventh. Better Be in Love sixth. Woodmere Sky Roller fourth. Fractions 27 and 1. 56 and 1. 125 and 2. And the mile 154 and 2. In review 352. 8 refunded. 1764. Ladylike returning $17.50. The exactor $51, triactor $66.40, and the superfecta $65.80.
All right, race 11, the 3-year-old colts, and naturally a lot was expected this season from Woodmere Steel Deal. After his perfect 13 for 13 freshman campaign, the steelhead Hanover gelding has remained steady as a sophomore. He hasn't missed the board in 11 starts in 2021. A 152-1 track record setter on September 18th has a big chance for a Breeders' Crown repeat today. He draws inside for Mark Campbell and Danny Romo, fresh off a narrow loss to Rotten Ronnie. Add the ultra-consistent Dusty Lane Goliath from post 2 here. You've got the race of the day, and the real deal can seal the deal again.
Well, some great comments there, Ken and Ken Morkington. And as we get ready for the Cavendish Farms Atlantic Breeders' Crown 3-year-old colts final, the Glamour Boys will be on the track here in just a minute as they go for a purse of $25,000. The afternoon's 11th race, the Cavendish Farms Atlantic Breeders' Crown Championship Final for 3-year-old colt pacers. They're on post parade. One, Just Call Me Doc, owned by Gordon, David, and Douglas Neal, and Keith Ford. Keith Ford training, David Dowling drives. 2, Dusty Lane Goliath, owned by Dan Ross of Belfast, trained by Jules Barrio. Note the driver changed to Brody McPhee. 3, Woodmere Steel Deal, owned by Kevin Dory, Glenn McDonald, Frank Brundle, and Robert Samara. Trained by Danny Romo, driven by Mark Campbell. 4, Elliott Moose is owned by Donald, Brian, and Melissa McRae. Jason Hughes, the trainer-driver. 5, Rotten Ronnie is owned by Redmond Doucette and Andy Stewart of Inverness, Nova Scotia, trained by London McIsaac. Redmond Doucette's in the sulky. 6 is Woodmere Alvin, owned by Mike Pollard of Stratford, trained by Mike McGuigan. The drive goes to Corey McPherson. Jaden's Magic Steel, number 7, owned by Boys Will Be Boys Racing of Charlottetown, trained by Melissa Rennie. That's Adam Murner. 4 minutes wagering time on race number 11. The Atlantic Breeders' Crown Weekend of Champion and Race Day Live continues next. So the Cavendish Farms Atlantic Breeders' Crown Final 3-year-old colts here, $25,000 on the line here today. We talked about Woodmere Steel Deal in the pregame. Seemed like days ago now, but anyway, Mark Campbell doing the driving today for Danny Romo. I talked to Bob Samara earlier. We met him last night at the banquet as well. Frank Brundle, Glenn McDonald, Kevin Dory. Just earned over $123,000 as a record of 52-1 goes for after his 20th lifetime win today, Pete.
Yeah, he's had another huge year, and again, 11 starts, 6 wins, 4 seconds, and a third, over 54,000 in the bank. He's 11 for 11 in top threes, and he's been really good of late. Again, Summerside there, you can see tracked all the way and just missed a Rotten Ronnie. 55-4 closed, 28-3. Prior to that, he had won 3 straight, including one here in Charlottetown PEI Colt Stakes weekend. 52-1, just an incredible trip. 28-1, and prior to that at EPR in St. John, a winner 54 over EPR, 28-3. So he leaves from post 3. We'll see what the strategy is. The 2 does have some speed, and so does the 5. So we'll see where Mark ends up here. Steel Deal, Woodmere Steel Deal, 1-2.
The Glamour Boys, what a division this is going to be. It's jam-packed with talent from 1 through to 7. And there's a look at the 2 right now. This is Dusty Lane Goliath from the Gilles Barrio stable, who's the trainer. Danny Ross is the owner. And as they're getting ready, Brody McPhee picks up the drive here today. Another superstar who's never been out of the top 3 this season. Raised by Ronnie Gaz. He's gunning for the double digits in the win column, too.
Amazing year again. Again, it's hard to pick a winner in here between 2, 3, and 5. I think those are the 3 favorites. 2, as you mentioned, Dusty Lane Goliath, just super this year, 14 for 14 in top threes. 68,000, over 68,000 in the bank, 53 the record at EPR in St. John. Was a winner in Summerside last time out in 55 flat. And you go down the lines, you can see Charlottetown here back on Gold Cup week, and that Joe O'Brien Gold fronted it all the way, a winner 53-2 and closed in 28. Brody's going to hop up here. Great spot to work from for Dusty Lane Goliath, 2-1.
Well, a great chat last night to Redmond Doucette, and I talked to him actually earlier in the week when we were setting up the interview for the banquet last night, and he's going to be driving, of course, Rotten Ronnie today. Lennon McIsaac is the trainer, and Redmond, along with Andy Stewart of Inverness, co-owned, said the horse trained really, really good this week, and it's not super happy with the post position here this afternoon, but don't count this guy out. He draws outside, but that could set up for him as well, too.
They love this guy, Lee. Again, I was fortunate enough to sit with Red last night. We had a great discussion about a lot of horses, including this guy. They just love him. He's been a great buy for them and a great horse. You can see this year he's 9 for 10 in top threes, 5 wins, 53-3 over Northside. That's just an incredible trip. And we showed that last night at the banquet. He's been second or third so many times. He was a winner in Summerside, 55-3, closed 28-2. Yeah, the ownership group just loves this guy. And he's got a shot here today. We talk a lot about Woodmere Steel Deal and Dusty Lane Goliath, but this guy is right there with him, and don't be shocked. He may even reach up and win here today, 2-1.
Well, speaking of great chats, had a great chat to Donnie McRae last night. As you know, puts a lot of investment into this game, and Donnie, along with Brian and Melissa McRae, they own Elliott Moose, and Jason Hughes will do the driving here today. He's also the trainer from the Hughes stable here today, 10-1, and that's really good odds. But, you know, this guy has been putting in some great dazzling performances as well. He's got Miles Peter in 54-3, tracked in 54-3 there. So, and even that mile there, 2 starts back in 53-2. So they're going for 25K today.
He's been in the mix all season long. I thought he's had a really solid campaign. 3 wins, 4 seconds, 3 thirds. He's already over 30,000 in the bank, 55-3 right here in Charlottetown. And again, you go down his lines, he just seems to be in the mix every week. He was 4th last time out to Rotten Ronnie, 3rd prior to that to Woodmere Steel Deal, and 4th prior to that as well, charted 55-2 back at EPR in St. John. So, Lee, I always like to say the Moose has been on the loose all year long. He's had a real nice year.
There's a look at Murner, Adam Murner, taking Jaden's Magic Steel for a little stroll in the center field here this afternoon for trainer Melissa Rennie. And boys will be boys racing out of Charlottetown. Leaves from post 7 today. And then, I don't know, hopefully things will work out there. It sort of looks like if you go down the page and you're doing your homework anytime the horse leaves outside, maybe they can get through that. But, he does have to leave from post 7 today. And Murner's keeping him calm, cool, and collected here as he steps back onto the racing surface to get ready to go for the Cavendish Farms Atlantic Breeders' Crown Final for the 3-year-old colts.
Yeah, and again, he has 5 wins, Lee. I think that's encouraging. Again, I know he's got to work it from outside, but he does have 5 wins, 54-1 over Truria. Mentioned he doesn't love to race from the outside, but that's where he is today. He certainly has the talent. We'll see if Adam can work out the trip. And Jaden's Magic still, he's a long shot in here if you want to put him in your tries and supers in here.
Another quick look at that odds board. Cavendish Farms, Atlantic Breeders' Crown Final, 3-year-old colts. The Metro Home Building Center starting gate has the field. It is post time, and upstairs for the call, here is Vance Cameron.
Just Call Me Doc, Dusty Lane Goliath, Woodmere Steel Deal, Elliott Moose, Rotten Ronnie, Woodmere Alvin, Jaden's Magic Steel, top of the stretch. Approaching a start. $25,000 on the line. Post time. The rough and pacing, leaving out Just Call Me Doc, Dusty Lane Goliath, Woodmere Steel Deal, and Rotten Ronnie way wide. Elliott Moose towards the rail, 5th. Woodmere Alvin is 6th. Then the trailer, Jaden's Magic Steel. Showtime at Charlottetown. 3 high they go to the opening quarter. Farthest one out. That's Woodmere Steel Deal to clear the lead. In line to Mark Campbell. Second is Just Call Me Doc. Dusty Lane Goliath is looking for room. Oh, and traffic gets tight. Up the inside, 4th, Elliott Moose. They were at the quarter in 27 seconds. Flat. Boom. Just like that, Woodmere Steel Deal will bring him to the half mile. Dusty Lane Goliath, there's no friends on Atlantic Breeders' Crown Day. He's caught on the outside. Third up the rail, Just Call Me Doc. Elliott Moose, 4th. Rotten Ronnie on the outside, 5th. Then in 6th, Jaden's Magic Steel. Woodmere Alvin on the outside, 7th. 55 and 1 for an opening half mile. Just Call Me Doc is on the run, and he scatters the backfield. 3 quarters coming next. Woodmere Steel Deal by 4 lengths. Second now on the outside is Rotten Ronnie. Dusty Lane Goliath is 3rd. Elliott Moose now 4th. Woodmere Alvin 5th. 3 quarters in 1:23 and 3. They're homeward bound, led by Woodmere Steel Deal. Rotten Ronnie is closing in. Deep stretch now. Woodmere Steel Deal triples up. Campbell captures the Atlantic Breeders' Crown Championship Final. 3-year-old colt pacers. Rotten Ronnie was 2nd. 3rd is Elliott Moose. Time for the mile, 1:53 flat. We are under an inquiry here in race number 11. Judges inquiry. Judges' inquiry involves the break on 1. Just Call Me Doc after 5/8.
Okay, here comes the slow-mo for you in the 3-year-old colts final this afternoon, brought to you by Universal Media and Woodmere Steel Deal and Campbell. They were right on the front, probably the safest place to be here this afternoon. Peter, with this, no friends when you're going, and no holes either for 25K.
No way, Lee, and he wanted the front end here. He busts the gate here today, and he gets front, and I mean snappy over there. 27 seconds flat. Woodmere Steel Deal, the leader, got tight around that first turn, And he's still there, 55-1, 123-3. And who's coming late but Rotten Ronnie? He's landing on the scene here with Red Deuce at late, trying to get there in the end, but he can't quite get there. There's his nose. His Steel Deal goes right down the highway and wins again. He won as a 2-year-old here. He repeats as a 3-year-old, 153 flat. Reminded me of last year when Rotten Ronnie was trying to close in on him. Couldn't quite get there in the end. Steel Deal wins again, 153 flat. Rotten Ronnie is second. We'll see Steel Deal, Campbell, and the Winning Connections next.
Here comes the champion that he is. Woodmere Steel Deal arrives at the 11th race winner's circle. Pacing round gelding 3, the son of Steelhead Hanover, is off the Western Ideal Dam, Very Ideal Hanover. Owned by Kevin Dory, Glenn McDonald, Frank Brundle, and Robert Samara. Colt bred by Woodmere Farms of Marshfield. He's trained by Danny Romo and driven to victory by Mark Campbell. Mark's third winner on the day for the triple. And the colt stops the clock in 1:53 flat. Woodmere Steel Deal has captured the Cavendish Farms Atlantic Breeders' Crown Championship final for 3-year-old Colt Pacers. Trackside cooler presentation. Now the results of the 11th race judges' inquiry. One Just Call Me Doc made the break on his own, interfering with multiple horses. And all of those multiple horses finishes ahead of the one. There's no placing required. Now, the official results in race 11, Just Call Me Doc was 7th. Dusty Lane Goliath 5th. Woodmere Steel Deal, the race winner. Elliott Moose was 3rd. Rotten Ronnie finished 2nd. Woodmere Alvin 4th. Jaden's Magic Steel 6th. Fractions for 27. 55-1. 123-3. The mile in 1:53. In review, 751, 32, 46. Woodmere Steel Deal at 320. The Exactor 970, Triactor 5720, the Superfecta 4758.
Okay, we're getting ready to meet the horses coming up next in the Atlantic Breeders' Crown Invitational here on this Sunday afternoon in Charlottetown. Lee Drake along with Peter McPhee back with you today. And we didn't want to leave today's broadcast, Peter, without giving our deepest condolences to the family of Douglas Sonny Rankin, who passed away on October 6th at the age of 76. And just a legendary horseman that's known all around the Maritimes, especially in Cape Breton. He's been Hall of Fame there, Cape Breton Sports Heritage Hall of Fame and Horseman's Hall of Fame, and just some great pictures of Sonny over the years. And we had the honor of meeting him at the banquet there back in Cape Breton, and I think there's a shot of that. But what a loss for harness racing with the losing Sonny Rankin.
Yeah, for sure, Lee. And again, we were fortunate to meet him there. There's a shot of us in Cape Breton there at the banquet. Great to meet Sonny at the time. And he was so well respected, Lee, the Rankin family over there, so well respected and done so well in the harness racing game. So our sympathies certainly to the family of Sonny Rankin.
Yeah, and there was some great things about him. I know that some of the comments that I was reading, of course, he loved, music and dancing and spending time with family and friends, loved a good joke, and he's just one of those guys, and that everyone in the industry loved and will be missed. And so, passing along our heartfelt condolences and sympathies to the family.
The 12th race is the Atlantic Breeders' Crown Invitational. Number 1 is Rose Run Quest, owned by Blair and Carl Hansen and Isaac Skierman, trained by Jeff Holmes, and note the driver change to Redmond Doucette. Number 2 is a Woodmere Ideal Art, owned by the Ultimate Stable of Greater Lakeburn, New Brunswick, trained by Sifoy Melanson. Jason Hughes drives. Three Screen Test, owned by the Kick and Horse Stable of York and William Andrew of Calgary, Alberta, trained by Ronnie Gass, driven by Corey McPherson. 4 Moonriders, owned by Debbie Elliman of Village Green, trained by Colin Johnson, driven by David Dowling. 5 Bugsy McGuire, owned by Walter Simmons of Summerside, trained by Wade Sorey, Adam Murner. Time to Dance wears number 6 for owners Brent Campbell from Charlottetown and Matthew McDonald of Edwards, Ontario. Mark Campbell does the training, and the driving. We're down to 2 minutes wagering time here in race number 12. And gentlemen, we're coming up with our selections here in the invitation. We thank Results Advertising and Marketing for their presentation of the Vance Cam. And in the 12th race, guys, I can't go beyond number 6. Time to Dance. He just loves that winner's circle. We've seen it time after time, and the punters are all over him here at 1-2. Going to go with number 2, Woodmere Ideal Art. The little horse can get off the gate very well, should get well positioned here for the Blue Knight use. I'm going to use him for second. I like number 5, Bugsy McGuire, to complete my triactor. And going to look for another veteran pacer off of the rail for my super. That'll be Rose Run Quest. Here in the booth, gentlemen, I'm going 6-2, 5-1, and your choices are.
Okay, well, I'm with you, of course. Obviously, with Time to Dance, it doesn't matter what it's Plan A, Plan B, or Plan C. He's a favorite for a reason, and of course, that's where he deserves to be, on top of the ticket here today. I really struggled with the rest of the field. Woodmere Ideal Art being in there, of course, Rose Run Quest and Moonrider, Bugsy McGuire. But, you know, I just landed and went for the old-fashioned post position. He's 12 for 19 this year, so I'm leaning on Screen Test for second. 7 wins, leaves mid-pack. I like him in the ticket for second. And then, again, the same type of thing, but Bugsy McGuire, I'm going to lean on him. Really tough to pick between those horses, as I said, but I landed in the file simply because he finished second at Time to Dance, timed in 53 flat. So great invitational. My ticket remains at 635.
I'm with Vance. I'm going to the 6 as well. Time to Dance. I'm going to put Woodmere Ideal Art in for second. I'm with Vance. I think he's going to get a nice trip from the 2-hole, and the Blue Knights in the bike. And I'm going to round out my try with Bugsy McGuire, who's been sharp for the last month. You go down his lines there, 1, 2s, and 3s on the line. So 6, 2, 5 from this side of the desk here in race number 12.
Well, the great thing about it is we have options in here with all kinds of different tickets, so you can play your own, whether you're here on track or on HBI. Vance Cam is brought to you by Results Marketing and Advertising. We have a live microphone. Okay, the Atlantic Breeders' Crown Invitational for a purse of $8,000 here this afternoon. One driver change, Rose Run Quest, driven by Redmond Doucette. That's the only change on the field, and a great-looking field it is. 1-9 choice right now, Time to Dance. Mark Campbell doing the driving today for Brent Campbell and Matthew McDonald, Edwards, Ontario. What more can you say, Peter, when you look up and down the page and it's all filled with ones?
Yeah, again, he's had another dynamite season. Was talking to Brent Campbell last night at the banquet. They're very happy with the way he's raced, and obviously, why wouldn't they be? 10 wins this year, 2 seconds, and he's got that record of 51-3 at Truro. Different tactics last week there. Sat in the 3-hole briefly, popped back out, and rolled down the highway to win 52-3, closed 27-4. I say that because the week before they were in the 6-hole, fired to the front and were winners 52-3, closed 27-3. So we'll see what Mark decides to do this week. Heavy favorite at 1-9.
Yeah, Broken Gear didn't even slow him down any. So there you go. But that's what I meant by Plan A or Plan B, or he just seems to be able to do it. Very versatile. He can do it off the front or off the pace. Doesn't really matter. But just a super horse, and great to see him in the Invitational here this afternoon. There's a look at Moonrider. That's going to be leaving from post 4 today. Debbie Element of Village Green. Colin Johnson, of course, already with a win here this afternoon. The open mares from his stable. David Dowling, his go-to driver, going to be handling this 9-year-old by Sports Writer this afternoon. And again, leaves from post 4 in here today. He's surrounded by a lot of speed in here, getting in the mix. Dowling's going to have to work out the trip. 7
wins already this year from 20 starts, so he certainly knows what the winner's circle is. 54-2 in Summerside. And you go back to the start in Charlottetown on the 25th there, two down. He was on the rail, put on the point by David, and sent right down the road, 55-3. Closed in 28-1. He's serving up some good value here at 10-1.
That's right, 10-1. Woodmere Ideal Art with 3 wins in the last 3 starts at EPR and Summerside. So, yeah, they're in the mix. It's a good-looking field. Metro Home Building Center starting gate is rolling. It is post time for the 12th. Back upstairs for the call with Vance Cameron.
From the rail out, Rose Run Quest, Woodmere Ideal Art, Screen Test, Moonrider, Bugsy McGuire. Time to Dance, a half a dozen noses up on the gate. Invitational Pacers, top of the stretch. Here they come.
There they go, off and pacing, time to dance, Bugsy McGuire, Woodmere Ideal Art, Rose Run Quest will be fourth into the turn, away fifth, Screen Test. Then the early trailer will be Moon Rider. Time to Dance will clear the lead at the eighth pole, in line to Mark Campbell. Woodmere Ideal Art got away second, moving up into third, that is Bugsy McGuire. Rose Run Quest has fourth up the rail. Screen Test is now fifth, trailing the field. That's Moon Rider on by the opening quarter. Time to Dance leading it by 2.5. Check it out! Boom! Just like that! 26-4! A fired up Time to Dance will bring him down the stretch for time one. Second up the rail is Woodmere Ideal Art. Bugsy McGuire third. Rosa Run Quest fourth. Racing fifth. That is Screen Test. Trailing sixth is Moon Rider. They're halfway home. Led by Time to Dance in 55 and 2. Midway into the paddock turn going to the 5-8. Led by Time to Dance. In at the rail, Woodmere Ideal Art is sticking right with the leader. Third is Bugsy McGuire. Screen Test to the outside. Now fourth. Rosa Run Quest is fifth. Trailing the field, Moon Rider. They're by 3/4. Time to Dance is opening up now. Clear by 3 open. Woodmere Ideal Art is second. Bugsy McGuire third. 1:24 was 3/4. They're headed on down the home stretch, and it's all Time to Dance. Woodmere Ideal Art. Bugsy McGuire. Time to Dance. Mark Campbell has the grand slam. Moon Rider rallied up the inside second. We need a show photo. Time for the mile. 1:52. 1.
Well, here's a good look at Time to Dance coming in here for his 11th win of the campaign this afternoon, Peter, and the Invitational here today. Sent off at 1-9. Campbell and Time to Dance, they're on top past the 8th, and they just kept rolling.
Unbelievable again here, Lee. Just booming off the gate here today. 26-4 in October for an opening split. That's amazing here today. 55-2 to the half. Jason sat in the 2-hole with Woodmere Ideal Art. Bugsy McGuire was third at that point. They raced the backstretch. Separation starts to happen. 1:24. Flash by 3/4 down the stretch. All by himself here now. Beautiful close-up from UMI here this afternoon. And as my friend Kurt Hughes would say, sitting chilly at the wires, Campbell. 1:52 on one gate-to-wire score for Time to Dance. Moon Rider, look at him. He rallies in for second. Tight for third here. Might be Woodmere Ideal Art, but no doubt about the winner. Time to Dance and Campbell win again in Charlottetown.
Time to Dance about to arrive at the winner's circle for the 30th time in his career from 68 lifetime starts. Time to Dance, a bay-pacing gelding 5 by Rock and Roll Dance from the Bender's Delight Dam Mystical Gypsy, owned by Brent Campbell of Charlottetown and Matthew McDonald of Edwards, Ontario. He's trained and he's driven a victory by Mark Campbell. Mark's 4th winner on the day. And the mile 1:52 and 1.
Time to Dance, and the Campbell Quadruple in the Atlantic Breeders' Crown Invitational with the trackside presentation. Now the official results in the 12th, Rose Run Quest 4th, Woodmere Ideal Art 3rd, Screen Test was 6th, Moonrider finished 2nd, Bugsy McGuire was 5th, Time to Dance the race winner, fractions were up 26 and 4, 55 and 2, 124, and a mile 152 and 1. In review, 436, 251, Time to Dance 210. Exactor $16, Triactor $106.30, Superfecta $20.20.
Okay, so final race of the afternoon is coming up next, race number 13. It's the Carolyn Gorman Memorial here today, and we want to thank everyone for putting on such a great weekend, especially, of course, those, of course, who work in the race office, Peter. I mean, you can't do it without the stellar staff that we have in the race office, Gerard Smith, Kathy Caraher, Terry Polton-Myers, Joy Power, Jordan McCabe in there today as well, and April Myers, our senior supervisor with racing and broadcast. Just a fabulous show all season long, but especially on weekends like this.
Great job by everyone in the race office. As you said, Lee, it takes a lot of work behind the scenes to put the cards together. So congrats to those folks on a great job. Also want to remind the fans as well, tomorrow, Summerside, 1 p.m. There'll be a card in Summerside tomorrow, 12 dashes. Race number 11, the feature, Heart and Soul, and Walter Chevrolet lead the morning line favorites.
And I have to say that the coolers look spectacular. All-Star Cresting, I know Tara does the ordering with those, and everything just looks fantastic today. Just a top-notch show from all around.
Today's 13th race is the Carolyn Soup Gormley Memorial. There will be a trackside presentation. Here's the post parade. Melanie's Magic number 1, owned by Sandra Stead of Montague, trained by Saul Lanigan, and note the driver change to Redmond Doucette. Number 2 is Scratch 3, Phil Dorleans, owned by Kent and Andrew Williams, and Lyndon Hardy, Jason Hughes, training and driving. For Soccer Hanover, owned by Leith Leslie and Spencer Waite, trained by Leith Waite, Corey McPherson. 5 Pillage and Burn, owned by Perry Burke, Rosal, Quebec, trained by Trevor Hicken, Kenny Murphy. 6 Euchred, owned by Kayla Habich Walker, from Inverness, Nova Scotia, trained by Walter Walker, today out of Murner. 7 is Talladega Sealster, owned by Lynn McLaren, John McKenzie, Philip Kelly, and Apps McGuigan, trained by Philip Kelly, driven by David Dowling. There's 4 minutes wagering time in race number 13. It's the Thanksgiving card tomorrow afternoon at Redshores Summerside. Opening post time set up for 1 o'clock. And Lee and Peter, as you were just mentioning, what a fantastic weekend. We've got a couple on the Brews squad from yesterday. That was Hilliard Graves and Jill Barrio. Maybe Miles Heffernan has joined that group today on the Brews section, but bumps and bruises, they all heal up, and the horses come out of it fine. An excellent weekend of champions.
Okay, 4 to go here before race number 13. It is the last chance to bet the live in Charlottetown this afternoon. Exactor Superfecta try and here. Win, place, and show. Tag your ticket. Wild Horses, $25 jackpot. The Carolyn Soup Gormley Memorial here in race number 13. The 2 batter up Hanover is out. So we'll land on the 1. This is Melanie's Magic for Sandra Stead of Montague. Saul Lanigan trains. It's going to be Red Doucette in the bike. This horse was real good last time out at the 1501s. Left from 5, tracked 5 most of the way, and then stormed home in a snappy 28-3 and just missed a winner blast. Real good effort. Second by a neck. Charted 57-2. Gilles Barrio did the driving on that day. And if you slide down just a little bit further on the lines, 1501s on the 18th of September, a good second to Rockin' Indy, 56-2, 28-3 on the end of it. So Melanie's Magic's been sharp. Red Doucette jumps up 5-2.
You know, Peter, when we talk about all the crews, we got to give a shout out to the track crew once again for keeping everything just in top-notch shape here today. And, of course, the weather helps, but we all know that it takes a lot of prep. We were here early this morning for the breakfast, and, of course, they're out and going on the track. So a tip of the hat to the entire team with the track crew who've done another fabulous job.
And here is the 4 Soccer Hanover here. Leith Waite, Leslie Waite, Spencer Waite. They all share the ownership. Leith Waite does the training. Corey McPherson's going to drive 9 for 18 this year. Does have a couple of wins, 56-2 over Summerside. He's racing some tough customers of late. You go down the lines here, you can see the 13th in Summerside. Their good group was 4th, the Hunger Pains, 56-4. The Charted Trip, Summerside again, 1751s. 4th, the Heart and Soul, 56-1. And then same Summerside last time out, same level, 4th, 57-2, closed 28-4 to Rusty Riley, who we saw come back to win today here in Charlottetown. So Soccer Hanover's been right there. Dips here today to the 1501s and moves to Charlottetown. Good price on them, 4-1. here's Phil Dorleans, another guy that's put together a solid season. 2 wins, 5 seconds, 4 thirds, 56 and 4, the quickest over Charlottetown. You can see 3 back there, 17:51s. He was a good third, better than Cash. He was 54 and 3. His started trip closed 28 and 4. He was 5th, 2 back to burn out Hanover. And then last time out, Jason put him on the point, led for a long way, ended up 4th. Winter Blast got up to win. Then it was Melanie's Magic, Mick Dundee, Phil Dorleans 4th, 57 and 3. His started trip 29 and 2 on the end of it. Like I said, he's had a nice year, good spot to work from now. He's the favorite, 2-1. Under a minute to go here before the 13th. Want you in on the action here. We had a great day of racing, some nice payouts as well. So hi to all our HPI customers online today, Redshores.ca. Hope you're having a great day and good luck with your wagers here in the 13th. Pillage and Burn here for Perry Burke of Gross Quebec. Trevor Hicken trains. Kenny Murphy's going to do the driving. They got it done last time out. Left off the rail, and Kenny protected the cones all the way. 56 and 3 closed in 29 and 2 back. Again, left 3, got up late to win. 55 and 3 closed in a snappy 28 and 2. Does have the 5 wins this year, so Source has been racing well. Pillage and Burn, and again, he's taking some late money here now because he has been sharp of late for Kenny. They'll lead from 5, now a 2-1. Okay, quick look at the board before we go here. Want you in on the action. Last chance to bet the live here in Charlottetown. Melanie's Magic's 4-1. Batter up, Hanover out. Phil Dorleans, slight favorite, 2-1. Next door, Soccer Hanover, 2-1. Pillage and Burn, 2-1. That's how close it is. 5-1 on Euchred for Murner. And Talladega Sealster Dowling there on the outside. They'll move in a little bit due to the scratch. 9-1 on Talladega Sealster. That's the field. Good luck with your picks here in the 13th. Getting set for race number 13. It is the finale from Red Shores in Charlottetown this afternoon as the horses swing in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Vance, the Carolyn Soup Gormley Memorial. She was a great fan of the harness racing game. Up to you for the call.
And the contestants in this memorial: Melanie's Magic, Phil Dorleans, Soccer Hanover, Pillage and Burn, Euchred, Talladega Sealster, top of the stretch. They're approaching a start. Weekend of Champions, finale time. The rough and pacing Pillage and Burn is leaving out. Phil Dorleans towards the rail. Melanie's Magic will be third. Coming up fourth is Euchred. Around the turn, Soccer Hanover fifth. The early trailer, that'll be Talladega Sealster. Pillage and Burn in line to Kenny Murphy clear the lead. Second is Phil Dorleans. Euchred looking for the spot at the rail third. Now in fourth, that is Melanie's Magic. Soccer Hanover on the rail fifth. Trailing the field is Talladega Sealster sixth. They arrived at the quarter, led by Pillage and Burn in 28 and 1. The 2-hole ride goes to Phil Dorleans. Euchred coming to the outside third. Then in fourth, Melanie's Magic. Soccer Hanover comes out of the turn fifth. The trailer is Talladega Sealster. They approach the midway point, led by Pillage and Burn. From the outside second, that is Euchred. On the rail third, Phil Dorleans. Fourth on the outside, Melanie's Magic. Soccer Hanover riding the rail fifth. And to the outside, the trailer, Talladega Sealster, 57 and 4. Opening half mile, we're down to 3/8 left to go. Pillage and Burn the leader. Getting that 2-hole ride, Phil Dorleans. Euchred is hanging outside at third. Melanie's Magic swings 3 wide in fourth. Then in fifth, that is Soccer Hanover. Talladega Sealster on the outside trails, but not out of it. They're by 3/4. Pillage and Burn continuing to lead. 3/4 up in 1. 27 flat going to the 7/8. Pillage and Burn is opening up now. Have them
home by 3, headed home. Phil Darlene second. Third is Melanie's Magic. Soccer Hanover fourth. Coming to the wire next, Pillage and Burn in line to Kenny Murphy. They make every call a winning one. Soccer Hanover rallies up the rail second. Talladega steals to third. The mile 1:55.4.
Well, we talked about him just before they went here, how good he had been. Pillage and Bernie was a winner 3 back, 55-3. He was a winner his last start, 56-3. And Kenny wanted the point here again today. Slingshots him there, 28-1. He's the boss over there, 57-4, rocking and rolling past the half. He's still controlling it, 127 still there. Kenny urging him on here now, gives him a little bit of a shout to tell him to keep going here, and he's gonna right down the highway, 155-4. Great shot by Universal Media here on the slow-mo. He's been sharp of late, Pillage and Burn. Kenny knows that. He put him right on the point and sent him right down the highway, 155-4. Soccer Hanover scoots down the passing lane for second. Talladega seals to third. Pillage and Burn and Murphy closing down Breeders' Crown weekend at Red Shores.
Into the winner's circle in the 13th, number 5, Pillage and Burn, by pacing gelding 10 by Cam's Card Shark, off the life sign Dam Sky Yankee, owned by Perry Burke of Grosse Isle, Quebec, trained by Trevor Hicken, driven to victory by Kenny Murphy. The mile 155-4. Pillage and Burn. In the 13th, at trackside, the Carolyn Soup Gormley Memorial Cooler Presentation. Here's the official results now in the 13th. Melanie's Magic 5th, Batter Up Hanover Scratch. Phil Darlene's 4th. Soccer Hanover was 2nd. Pillage and Burn, the race winner. Euchard finished 6th. Talladega Seals to 3rd. They went 28-1, 57-4. 127, and the mile 155-4. In review, 5 Scratch 4, 2-1, 6-3. Pillage and Burn paid $430. The Exactor 1960, Triactor 244.90, Superfecta 59.76, and the Late Daily Double returning 14.90. And that completes our weekend of champions here at the driving park. The afternoon's Palm-Beach will handle $75,701. Ladies and gentlemen, from up top of the Charlottetown Driving Park, thanking you for joining us. This is Vance Cameron bidding you a safe journey home.